A very warm welcome to you for this Miata Trophy Race 3 of the Championship Super Pole session from a very warm and beautiful Anglesey circuit today. My name is Andy Webster, here to take you through today's proceedings, and we had a great qualifying session earlier on, and the top 10 drivers from that qualifying session will now take part in a 5-minute Super Pole session. So really only time they've been counted down out of the pits to ensure that everyone gets a fair crack of the whip here for the session, and they're just coming through then to take on the beautiful coastal circuit layout here at Anglesey Trackmon circuit, next to the seaside here, as car 55 will be the first one going across the line. That is Fleet, who will take us as the main runner, as Dan Parent-Smith in car 73 comes through. He will be the second to attack the lap, but you can see already going through the banking. That's 10 degrees of banking around on the left-hand side of the circuit from my commentary position, at least, and very, very quick on the way through. That sector 1 is tremendously quick, and the cars really can be fully let out to breathe. There's 55 then coming through the very fast school corner, so named because there's a racing school building on the outside, and then into Rocket Inn now, and trying to maximize this early run. There's only a few minutes. We're under 3 minutes already in this Super Pole session, so it will be just about 2 flying laps, I think, maybe a third if they're really lucky. And then you can see Cochrane in the NA class got himself up into this Super Pole session. So we have 6 runners at the moment who have exited the pits and are ready to run. So it is a top 6 shootout, as I was expecting a top 10, but a top 6 it is right now, as 55 comes through to clock the first flying lap here of the session. That is Fleet, who goes a 1:20.951. We'll see how Dan Parent-Smith manages to navigate the final corner, but the checkered flag has fallen. So this is a single one-shot qualifying. It is Fleet from Parent-Smith who clocks a 1:21.593. Next across the line, we have car number 12. That is Declan Lee, who goes onto the provisional pole position on a 1:20.346. Very, very nice early lap from Declan Lee, who featured strongly at Brands Hatch. Sycamore goes second and manages a 1:20.937. Gets himself onto the provisional front row as car 5 comes through. John Langridge, what time will he clock? Well, I don't actually have a time for John Langridge that time out. I think he might have just failed on the transponder, at least. I'm not seeing any indication from a fastest time from him. At the moment, though, Lee holds that fastest time, and we've got Cochrane in the NA class just going across the line. Cochrane will pip Langridge, for now at least, on a 1:25.829. Big gap then for the NA Mark 1 class at the moment. But the cars now coming through to finish the session. All cars, according to my timing screen, have received the checkered flag. So the 6 cars that will line up at the top of the order will be Declan Lee on pole position with a 1:20.346. Following him will be on that row 1 on the opposite side will be Sycamore in car 195. Fleet is in car 55. Oh, Langridge's time has come in, and it is pole position for Langridge. John Langridge gets pole position by a healthy margin of a half a second, a 1:19.800. So we'll redo the order then. It's Langridge from Lee, Sycamore, Fleet, Parent-Smith, and then Cochrane in the NA class, who manages to secure that 6th place. He will start at the back of the NC Mark III class, regardless, as he's a class down, but he is the only entrant into the NA class Mark 1 at this particular meeting. So if he can finish, he'll pick up good points today. There you can see our intrepid marshals enjoying themselves here at this coastal location. Car number 5 heading on into the pits, and they will go for randomized scrutineering at this stage. We will have the race for you at around 12:50 today, if you're watching live with us. So around 12:50 will be round 1. and then we will see round 2. We will see both rounds today. Round 2 is scheduled for around 20 to 5, the final race on our race meeting today. So we will look forward to seeing you later. I hope you enjoyed that session, and we will watch the Miatas later on. But for now, we will see you later on today. Welcome then to the MSVT Track Day Championship here at Anglesey. My name is Andy Webster, here to take you through today's proceedings for this fantastic mixed manufacturer and model class here. We've got 4 classes of racing who are judged by brake horsepower per ton. So you can see Class B, the fastest class is 151 to 175 bhp per ton. Next is Class C, 126 to 150. Class D is up to 125 bhp, and we have a G, a guest class, who I think, and certainly according to my my timing screens here, we have no guests on this particular entrance. But this is, as I say, the Anglesey circuit. We are here by the beautiful coastline of Northwest Wales, and we have a absolutely stunning day here at the circuit. Ready to tackle the coastal circuit that takes in some fabulous corners. First off, we go round target as turn 1, usually flat for the majority of racers through turn 1, and then we go through the 10 degrees of banking into the extreme left-hand side of the circuit. Then they build the speed for a fantastic run through Church. Another very, very quick corner before getting to absolute top speed down the second straight and passing the school, the racing school on the left, and the coastline as well. Then we head right up the hill. There's extreme elevation change before heading into Rocket In, which is a tight left-hander blind entry over a crest, and then a very quick right-hand hairpin of Rocket Out. They have a short squirt into then the Peel corner, which is a reducing radius right-hander, before then heading down the hill, positioning the car with absolute accuracy to tackle this Laguna Seca style corkscrew that finishes off the lap with just the final corner. To go then, and we've seen a number of spins, particularly on the way through the 2 rockets, and coming out of the final corner. Strangely, everybody attacking the corkscrew with quite a bit of respect, but we're still under starters' orders here. We're still waiting to get our qualifying underway, and but some of the cars that will take part in this one will be the Caterham 7. The Lotus Elise. We have Mazda MX-5s as well that are not taking part in the Miata Trophy. Then we have Renault Clio. We have Toyota Celica. BMW E30 is also on the list. We have several Ford Fiestas, one Ginetta G40, and then a Honda Civic Type R as well, a BMW E3 E36 328 as well will tackle with, we have also a single Mini Cooper, a BMW 120D, and an MG ZR as well. Completes our full list. We have Renault Clios and a Renault Clio 200 tackling the circuit here today. And just waiting then for our drivers to have a look. You can see we have such a beautiful clear day today that you can actually see Snowdonia in the far distance, which I enjoyed driving around far too many times earlier in the week, while using this trip out to Anglesey as a good excuse to enjoy what Wales has to offer in terms of driving roads and enjoyment. But it is a gorgeous day out on the circuit. You can see very little wind. The grass, the long grass there, just quivering slightly, but really I couldn't ask for a better day's racing conditions ahead for our race. Pit and paddock looking resplendent as usual, and this all-new pit and race control building that is class of the field. We're also enjoying no end in absolute comfort here at the Anglesey circuit. Not too long to go before we start our proceedings here for the Track Day Championship. Very large field, and that will feature several different racing teams who are running multiple drivers. We've got the likes of Unique Racing, who will be entering the car 88 and car 89, Mark Russell and Adrian Pottinger. We're going to get, the cars are going to miss out the pit lane and get straight onto the circuit. And there we go then, out on circuit for the start of this qualifying session. McHugh is out there as well as Hornigold. And then we have Alexander in the Lotus Elise as well on track. They're being released bit by bit on the way through. Several drivers now being told to use the pit lane, so slight change of setup. So most of the field now coming through the pit lane instead, but it looks like car 39 McHugh is going to have a really nice run here on his own until he gets to pit exit, where it's going to get very, very busy indeed as this very large field is feeding out. So looks like McHugh is going to be trying to get himself that early fast lap. The track should be in very good condition here. Local time is just 10 to 11, so we will be operating very, very close to full track temperatures. I can see one of the ND class MX-5s that took part as a guest in the Miata Trophy qualifying earlier on is going to take part in the Track Day Championship as well. So looking for a very busy day for that team. But across the line then comes Team Ribera's McHugh and sets a 1:26.921 in the B class. Alexander in the Elise though pips that straight away at 25.729. Here comes the Clio of car 124, Hornigold's car. Who manages to post a 1 minute 33.5. Not very representative, I don't imagine, but that is the D class there that they are driving. So Alexander currently heading the field after the first three have come through. Then we get the Mini Cooper, and that Mini Cooper whining away across the start-finish line, car 114. That was Reed to start his first flyer. And what a beautiful view we have of the corkscrew coming through. And you can just see how busy the corkscrew gets going down into starting the final corner and being prepared for your full lap. That is the start-finish line that you can see on your screens as they go then through target and heading towards that banked corner. The banking of 10% banking where you can run side by side. You can go the high route, the low route. You can do a classic racing line as well. It is wide open for the drivers, and then it is just foot to the floor for entire sector of racing as they head through. The church corner, so named because they've got the church in the sea just over the hill, and we will should be able to see that later on potentially. Then we wind past the commentary position once again on the back straight before heading through the school corner and then braking heavily for that crested blind entry rocket corner. And we wait for the times to come through, and it's rocket out now for the cars on screen at the moment. Car 21. That is, excuse me, that is Wayne Cockrell, who is just winding through here. Then out of Peel and heading towards the corkscrew. And you see the compression change for the racers. Not exactly your classic racing line if it were flat, because you've got to set up the car for the remaining corners. Just a sneak preview of the sandy beaches here at Anglesey in the top of screen as we get some movement straight away. And it is car number 138, Alan Bull, who sets the fastest time in the Lotus Elise S1 in the B class, and he goes on a 1:18.755. Then comes Pottinger in the 89 entry Renault Clio. He moves up 7 places to take second place, only by 7 thousandths of a second. Bigger gap though to Alexander in the Elise and McHugh, and then Summers in 5th position at the moment. And trying to find some track position here. We have a field of 25 runners. If they all manage to exit the pits in time, just a 25-minute qualifying session here. So plenty of racing plenty of on-track action to take us through today. It's going to get very, very busy out there. And it's only a 1.55 mile circuit configuration we're racing on the coastal circuit here at Trackmont. Bull still holds on to that pole position at the moment in the B class. The fastest C class is Donovan in the Toyota Celica. He is on a 1:20.626 at this time. We are waiting for the fastest D class is car 95 in the MX-5 Kelsey Sycamore entry. No major changes. Donovan managed a good time that time, and then Summers in car number 3. Steve Summers takes the provisional pole on a 1:18.571, clearing second position now Alan Bull by nearly 0.2 of a second at this early stage of the race of the qualifying. 1:18.571. Personal bests though for Alexander, for me, for Presland, also for Donovan. The Kelsey Sycamore entry, as they get very, very side by side coming out of the final corner to try and fight for position between classes. That is very, very hairy coming through here. And again, there you see, trying to find that position as they head down towards the banking. They're still fighting. The Ribera car, who was first out on track, managing to claim position there, and a problem, excuse me, a problem for the Celica, who is clearly off track at this current time. And then you can see Clio passing the Elise, sorry, the Ginetta as they go through. So not every day you'll see that kind of thing happening, but at the MSVT Track Day Championship, it's so much fun. And the performances are so equalised with additional weight and ballast to allow these cars to race so closely together. Again, vying for position going into target for the next laps. It is me in car number 13, Jonathan Mee, who claims provisional pole that time round on the 4th flying lap. It's 1:18.196 from Summers, and then Bull, Pottinger, Alexander and Presland, your top 6 at this time, but a big jump from Jonathan Mee that time round. We have car number 20 crossing the line at the moment. No big improvement that time. That was Alexander in the Black Lotus Elise, and the sun glinting off the blue Elise here this time of car 3. Currently running in 2nd position, Steve Summers. Get a nice close-up shot of how the car is handling through the rockets on the way out of rocket out and then into Peel, leaning on the left-hand axle, and then they will be heading down the corkscrew once again, trying to avoid those bollards on the inside, and they run through. Reed has moved up to 11th that time in the Cooper, car 114. Reed has moved up in the C-Class to P11 overall. Currently fastest C-Class is still the Toyota Celica of Donovan, and he is in P8 right now. Coming through the 666 entry Clio, who has managed to starting to build the speed. That is Baxter in the Clio 200. Me, though, holding on to the provisional pole position, but a very generous qualifying session in comparison to the rest of our program today, because just indicating just how many runners and riders we have here, as the Ribera entry, who was first out, has come into the pits and is looking for a checkup potentially here. Very good entry-level motorsport here for MSVT's Track Day Championship. Very affordable way in, and you can contact MSVT to find your own place on this fabulous grid. The Tyler entry BMW is flying past my position, car 71, and they are currently, that's the line car of, and they are in Class B. They've managed a 1:22.409. Going round the banked section now is the Tyler BMW. Looking a little bit ponderous, I guess, at the moment through there. And then flat out through Church, and a big move there for car 124 Clio on the Ginetta 33. That Ginetta fairly slow moving at the moment. They're at the tail of the field in Class D. That's Gibson, just building the experience here at the track that many drivers haven't really had a lot of opportunity to race before. There's the other Tyler entry of Hyde in the BMW car 23. That's the BMW E30. Beautiful looking machine out on the racetrack, and great to see a car of that vintage running so well so far. There you can see 112 in the pits, and also 195, one of the MX-5s in the field for this Track Day Championship, flying through as well. There is the Caterham, the lone Caterham of car 2, Ben Grucock's entry. He's in Class B. So far, no changes up at the top of the field. Grucock on P13 currently overall. Fastest lap for Wright in his Fiesta, for Alexander, and for Summers on the last circulation, well, the previous circulation for Summers, who holds on to that second position, but still half a second away from Jonathan Mee, who heads the field on a 1:17.779 with just under 15 minutes to run here in today's session. And there you can see side-by-side action going through the banking. Again, the Ginetta taking the low line to allow the faster runners in the two Elises to come through. Is it Elises or is it Elise I? I'm not sure. Car 21 back out on the racetrack and running well. That is, we've got Wayne Cockrell in one of the Celicas. The other Celica, the green and black entry, is still sitting in the pits. We've got several drivers in the pits at the moment, having scheduled tyre changes, possibly even changing drivers, some of them as they run through. But this is a team effort for several of our field here. Running over the start-finish line, we've got the MX-5 coming through, and then the bright green Fiesta of James Hart. That's the Semprini Juniors entry. Oh, massive lick of flame out of the back of the white and black Elise, coming through target as he went off throttle, I think, heading towards the banking now, and very very dramatic looking from the rear. Car 20 going slowly at the moment, unfortunately. So in 5th position at the moment, but that black Elise not looking the best of health right at this second. But we shall continue and keep you updated if we see anything from that. But it does look to be incredibly slow for the 20 entry. That's 68. Possibly just finding some room on the racetrack, actually. Might be about to pick up again, but there we see still not looking good at the moment for Alexander. David Alexander in the Lotus Elise, 2000-year Lotus Elise, racing for another level team, whose teammate Jonathan Mee is on the provisional pole at this time. So that car may cause slower laps for the other drivers around. I didn't see a yellow flag. We are green flag for the continuation of this qualifying session, but yellow flags could happen at any point, as Summers claims the provisional pole, a 117.413, good 3.5 gain on Jonathan Mee, who's currently in the pits, not defending that provisional pole, but we still have 12 minutes to go, just under 12 minutes to go. So we are, there's a race control have asked for team managers for cars 39, 20 and 124 to visit race control. We can probably suspect why car 20 is being requested to come in at the moment. It's Summers, Mee, Bull, Pottinger, Alexander and Presland and McHugh in Class B. Class C's lead driver still Donovan in the Celica, and then Kelsey in Class D is all the way up in P9 overall, leading his field. Then we've got Kemp, Cockrell, Wright, Reed, Grucock, Baxter, Connell, Line, Burnham, Dundee and Hyde, your top 20 runners overall, with Mee and McHugh still in the pits. Car number 3 still looking for some position on the racetrack relative to the Elise in front of him. It's not able to find it at the moment, Steve Summers, but clearly the fastest in the field, and looking for that to go even quicker, if at all possible. One of our Fiestas heading out of the banking. And some side-by-side action coming past the start-finish line as the ND Mark IV Lotus Leaves gives up track position for a moment. Look at the beautiful location we have here at Anglesey, and some pit stop attention for car 13, who's Jonathan Mee, getting some last-minute advice and changes, some tyre checks happening. I imagine that's in part just preparing the car and just keeping temperatures within a good operating window. With a longer qualifying session with 10 minutes still to go, there's still plenty of time to reset, reorganize your temperatures and get yourself back out there for another fight. Well, no personal best times forming at the moment. Only Connell in the MX-5, who moved up 2 places in the D class. He moved up to 14th overall. And then out of the final corner they come, the Tyler entry BMW, the bright blue and neon green. Coming through now, I see Summers pits from the lead of the qualifying session, and then David Hyde in the E30 running through the order. Then we see a little bit of an overtake there from the Elise going through the banking on the BMW. And then down through School Corner is next. Here we go. Interesting helmet livery there on board that we see. Car 138 was running very well indeed. 138 currently 3rd in class. Alan Ball in the white Elise with black racing stripes down the bonnet. Let's have a good look. Oh, nice little bit of opposite lock going on in the car there as he fights for adhesion. And the Cooper coming out of corner car 114. That is Chris Reed in the Wolf Motorsport entry Cooper. He is running in Class C overall. Car 20's picked up the pace again and is running okay. Certainly enough to be having a sniff into target for that time, but still at the head of the field with about 7.5 minutes to go is Summers and Mee and Bull, then Pottinger, Alexander, Presland and McHugh. In Class C, we've got Donovan, Kemp down in 11th. We've got Cockrell, Reed, Connell in D, and Baxter in C. And then in the Class D, leading the Class D field still, Kelsey in the Mazda MX-5, and we've got Wright in the Fiesta, followed by Burnham, Dundee, Hyde, Hornigold, and Hart. the Celica back out running again, as is car number 3. Steve Summers still leading the field. And again, these scheduled pit stops, scheduled tyre checks, just finishing up for car 32. I think that'll be the last of the cars coming out now for their final runs. It doesn't leave you a lot of time to go before the end of the session. Into the pits then comes a couple of drivers. We've got the blue Tyler entry BMW car 71, and we've got car 195 into the pits as well, who's got the Miata Trophy sunstrip on the car as well. The E30's in the pits, so maybe that their day is run at the moment for the qualifying session down to 6 minutes, and just over 6 minutes to run, as they have just a few minutes left now to make this the laps count. Nobody going faster at the moment, but managing their tyre race, their tyre temperatures, I think, for a last real fast push as we go through. Coming out of the final corner, you have car 97. That is Dave Connell in the fabulously named Scuderia Dave entry. And two of our hot hatches battling hard here. That's car 38, Henry Wright or Kevin Glover. I think one or the other have taken on this Anglesey coastal circuit at the point, and it's very, very busy down in the final corner as well, as cars looking for that little bit of clear air to try and find their best run opportunity coming through. There you can see just how tight it gets coming out, and that's a move to the outside of the banking for the Ginetta again, trying to stay predictable, trying to allow drivers to come through. But Steve Summers still holds provisional pole position here in car number 3 in the Lotus Elise S1, the bright blue entry from car number 13, Jonathan Mee, and then we have Alan Bull and car 89, Adrian Pottinger, in one of the unique racing entries, who's in 4th position overall. It's Alexander Preslin McHugh finishing out the fastest Class B, with Grucock down in 9th. In between them, though, Donovan still in 8th, leading the Class C in the Toyota Celica. Down to nearly 4 minutes to run here in the session. So last opportunities to run. Fastest lap that time from Baxter, from Connell in the MX-5, and from Wells in the other MX-5 as well. So looks like this tail end of the session suiting the Mazdas. There is 138. Alan Bull looking for room down into target and not being given it from the bright blue and neon green BMW entry. You can see the ND MX-5, the Mark IV. And then we're back in the pits then, looking at the Caterham car number 2 of Ben Grucock. Last bits of advice. Oh no, that's actually race control, I think, with a hand on the shoulder. So race control having a word in the ear, it looks like. So yeah, a small warning perhaps for the Caterham entry. But yeah, hand on the shoulder suggests possibly a little bit of a dressing down going on in the cars. This is a new circuit for the majority of racers, and they're just learning their limits through testing yesterday, but that continues in qualifying today. So just a word to the wise, I think, as car 138 finally clears past the BMW. Alan Bull has had a torrid time trying to clear that BMW in the Elise. It's not doing either of them any favours here at the moment with this particular run. They'll be, and the BMW, smoking in the front left, heading through the corkscrew. Alan Bull trying to get that switchback done. He's putting the nose up the inside into the final corner. These guys are racing as if it's the race, but they're actually just costing each other tyre temperature and brake temperatures, particularly on that BMW front axle, as they try to find some time. It looks like a little bit of a rivalry going on. Alan Bull running super wide then, trying to split apart the slower running hot hatch as they run through. Cars 30 and 32 having transponder issues at the moment. Summers still leads, though, with 2 minutes on the clock. This battle, I'm looking forward to seeing these two on track later on, because it looks like this one is not going the way that they would have hoped. As I say, it looks like Alan Bull might have this. Oh, a big wide moment for Alan Bull, who's tried to create some room now, and maybe it's just taken his attention slightly off his racing line as he goes 4 wheels off the circuit, and he's all over the shop trying to get back, as he's clearly suffering some tyre temperature issues. No fastest laps inside the top 12 that time round, with 1.5 minutes to go. The final laps will be starting very, very shortly. The Caterham finally back on track, getting a move done through the banking on the MX-5 Mark IV. As you can see, Celica still circulating and trying to build the fastest laps, but under a minute to go now. Shortly, I should say, the last lap starting. That is line in the Tyler Motorsports BMW, who has finally got some breathing room in his mirrors. In fact, Alan Bull might be headed into the pits, because looks to be going incredibly slowly. Yes, in he comes as car 12 crosses the line. That is Kemp in the Clio, who in the C class is in second position, but he's 11th overall. And a big moment for car 30 in the bright green Fiesta there. That is absolutely right smack in the middle of the corkscrew, so ruining a number of drivers' laps here. They won't thank him for this. The final laps on the board, and a waved yellow flag going into the corkscrew. Can't find a safe moment to action a rejoin. He's trying now, and he's circling the car, so getting back. And we'll get a green flag shortly, but that's a number of drivers who would have had to have lifted, and the stewards would be not impressed if we see him have a problem. We see them gain time on that lap past the yellow flags, but at the moment, with a few seconds left to go, waiting for the checkered flag to fall, Summers still holds the provisional pole position by 0.3 of a second, waiting the finish flag waver waves the flag now. That's the checkered flag, and car 71 passes through in 13th position overall in the line E36. And then as they come through, we will get the final orders. It looks like Bull, Alexander Priestland, Donovan and Kelsey will not set times on this run through. There's a Celica going through. No improvement in the into the top 12 at least as they run through the order. The only person gaining time that one was the Ginetta G40 of Dundee, car 68, who managed a personal best through there. They're entering the corkscrew to finish off the fastest laps now. That's the Ginetta car 33. They've got an Elise, bright blue Elise behind, and they cross the line. Summers takes the provisional pole, doesn't improve. No improvements thanks to, I think, that Fiesta spin. There's the 666 entry coming through. Again, no major changes. Me will not get up onto the pole position, but will stay on the front row should everybody else follow through, and I think they will. That should be then Summers who will take the pole position for later on today, around 2:30 or slightly before. We are running slightly ahead of schedule at the moment, and it is Steve Summers from Jonathan Lee, me, on the front row. A gap of 3.5 of a second between those two. The fastest time on Summers' car was a 17.413. On row 2, we will have Alan Bull and Pottinger in the Elise versus the Clio. On row 3, Alexander and Presland. Then is McHugh. We have Donovan leading the C-Class field in P8, and the Caterham car number 2 of Grucock is in 9th position. Down into Class D leader, Kelsey in the MX-5. Car 195 is in 10th place overall, leader of his class. And then second in class for the C entries is Kemp in the Clio in 11th position. Connell wraps out the top 12 overall. We'll start second in Class D, and he is in the Mazda MX-5. So there you have the full list of entries. Kemp, Connell, Line, Baxter, Cockrell, Wright, Reed, Dundee, Burnham and Hyde finishing out your top 20. We will have 26 entries for this this race. So the final 6 among them: Horner Gold, Wells, Hart, McGeechan, Lower, and Gibson will take us through for a 26 car entry for the MSVT Track Day Championship that will be back on with us soon enough, and we will look forward to seeing you later on, but lots of action still to come. Welcome everybody to the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. This is the Anglesey Coastal Circuit we'll be taking for the first race today for our coverage. My name is Andy Webster. I'm here to take you through today's qualifying, joined by Paul Jerd. Paul, what are you looking for today? We saw an amazing performance in qualifying from Harry Mailer, but what else are you excited about for this race ahead?
I think Harry came out right at the end of qualifying in that number 25 Porsche Cayman that sat on pole position. And yeah, he did his lap very late. He didn't get much of the session, but I think there's going to be a whole queue of people. I don't think he's going to have his own way in this race, shall we say. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of experience. Not a lot of experience in this circuit because as a championship, we haven't been here for 14 years. But yeah, I think we've got an exciting race brewing up, not only for the Class 1 cars at the front, but the Class 2s further down the grid.
Any news from the drivers in between qualifying to now that you've been able to... or that you're allowed to share?
Just that the track did feel better for them actually on new tyres. They were testing here yesterday on old tyres. But yeah, on new tyres, it does feel a little better, but still a little slippery and a little loose as the 1 minute board is shown before we head off on the green flag lap. So it's going to be, I think, a very, very busy 25 minutes of this 1.5 mile Anglesey coastal and very, very scenic circuit.
Absolutely. It is beautiful here at Anglesey. It's a stunning day to go racing. We've got just the tiniest light winds. There's a nice little burnout there from car 77. Steve Wood getting the car gripping in straight away. And the green flag is waved to start our formation lap. We will talk you through the qualifying positions as soon as possible. And we will get that for you coming up. But we do know that Harry Mailer will be on the inside entry into target the first corner in car 25 from Wood. On the outside, that's Steve Wood. Then we have Peter Morris on the inside on row 2 from Colin Tester. Next up, we have on row 3, Andrew Muggeridge in car number 17 will start alongside Mark McAleer in car number 14. On the fourth row of the grid, we have James Cayley and Bill Cayley will start side by side with one another, and then moving on towards row 5, we have Chris Dyer and Richard Baston starting in the car number 85 in 10th place. Next up, Oliver Chatham on the row 6 in P11 in car 69 will start next to Jim Bryan in 74. On row 7, we have Andrew Porter starting in car 44, and alongside him, Paul Simpson in the 88 entry. We're not far away from finishing off our lap here. Peter Evans is on row 8 with Andy Toon next to him in 16th position. Starting 17th, 64, Vince Blacker on row 9 with Ross Morris. Then comes Darren Labbit, Shiraz Khan, and then on the final 2 rows we have Carl Hazelton and Julian Morris, and Adrian Rowlands and Brian Richardson taking in our 24 car grid. 24
cars across 2 classes. So in class 1 we've got the 911 derivatives. I just made a word up, I think. The 996s and the 997s, and also the Cayman S's are out there. They're the most powerful cars. And then in class 2 is entirely the Boxster S's. So if we see a Boxster, we know that's a class 2 car, but their battle is going to be on again. We've got Oliver Chatham on pole position. Oliver's saying it was still a bit slidey this morning, but he's done a bit of historic racing. He said it actually reminded him of his historic cars that actually very little grip, so he felt quite at home. But
well, the cars are forming the grid. Harry Mailer, say, with the inside line, although they will start side by side. And if that green flag lap was anything to go by, the 77 entry of Steve Wood was far and away quicker away from the grid markings. So we shall see as they head up to finish off their installation lap. Safety car, the Mini Cooper safety car with the lights flashing, forms the end of the grid. We're waiting for the marshal's green flag. There it is. Green flag is ready. We are ready to race. A 25-minute race awaits us, and we wait for the starters' orders and the lights. The revs build, and it's drop the clutch and go away from the start. Too much wheel spin from Harry Mailer on the inside, and car 2 straight down the inside, and beautiful overtake there for car number 2, Colin Tester, Peter Morris straight away.
Colin Tester, our reigning champion in the box, has gone way across the grass. That was Pete Morris down the inside with Bill Cayley, I think, from the third row following him through. So as they're actually swinging right now around the banking, it is Pete Morris, our double champion, out in the lead. 3
wide they went through into the banking, several rows of cars going through, and a big corner cut there from the entry, but he's managed to get himself, he's trying to find his position back again, and it is car number 2, Pete Morris, who leads us away, and a disastrous start really from Harry Mailer, who's down to 4th now as Steve Wood gets past him on the way up the hill towards the Rocket Inn complex, the blind entry left-hander, as they get very, very tight and twisty around there and try to fight for position at the moment. But right now, it is going to be Peter Morris who leads the field as they approach the corkscrew for the first time. They're taking a fair old time to get down onto the corkscrew, but Morris leads ahead, and a bit of a sideways moment there for P number 2 as they come out of the final corner. It is Steve Wood in 3rd. It is car 1, Colin Tester in 2nd position, and looking for room into the first corner, but can't quite find it, Paul.
I was going to say, it's Tester who made the best start. I said Tester had gone wide. In fact, it was Harry Mailer, wasn't it, who bounced across the grass. Our pole man who lost all that ground. So interesting first lap, to be quite honest, but the wily old fox, Pete Morris, out ahead.
And the top 4 already showing their credentials and gapping the field as they seem to lift slightly, heading through Church Corner and building the speed once again. Harry Mailer now looking right on the back of Steve Wood, looking for some room past the school corner and the racing school building, as again car number 2, and a big launch down the inside from the second place Tester, who manages to get the overtake done. That was brave, Paul, on the brakes.
It was very brave, and Steve Wood followed him through. So that's Pete Morris actually dropping from the lead down into 2nd place as they hit that tight and twisty area at the top of the hill, which is, I think, really testing for the drivers. Yesterday they were all struggling to find out quite where to get on the power as they come back down the hill towards the corkscrew.
Absolutely, bags of confidence there on the car. Harry Mailer has not been able to unlock that first single lap pace he found in qualifying relative to the rest of the field just yet, but wait and see, because he really did show some extraordinary composure. As now, the top 4 after that slow run through the final sector have brought the rest of the riders through. Some smoke coming out from the tyres on Harry Mailer's car once again. I'm not sure all is well on board that car right now. There's a lot of smoke, Paul. What are you reading from that? Is that tyre rub?
Now, someone told me that they spotted that out on the circuit earlier on, in qualifying, but I don't think that's anywhere near as much as what we were seeing just then. So it's something to keep an eye on. If it is tyre rub, there's obviously only so much tyre that you can rub through.
A good build for Tester then, who's managed to get himself a good gap, nearly a second as they head up to the order. But that is car 85, smoking, driver out. That is retirement.
Richard Baston in the 996.
Wow, okay.
Richard Baston is out.
So that is going to cause a yellow flag as they go through, if not worse for us, as the car is parked on the apex of I believe, the banking.
It is. I think it's that area that's just fractionally out of our sight. You can see almost the entire circuit, other than the one little bit where Richard's parked that car. But yeah, I don't think we can be leaving that car there for very long.
No, we still have green flag at the moment. It is the banking section, but as they come through to start the next lap, we have a safety car. A safety car will be called. It is Tester and Wood and Morris as the cars start to slow down. Harry Mailer has lost a position, Paul, and he's down to 5th again.
That's right. Yeah, that's quite a tumble down, actually, isn't it? That was Colin Tester. Now, this is actually going to, I think, farther than Colin's got in any race so far this year. He's had real problems with that car at Donington Park, and we've got a circuit vehicle, I think, coming out again just to assist in the recovery of that 996. But yeah, he's had a real struggle. He struggled with this Cayman at Donington Park, and then reverted to using his Boxster in Class 2 at Brands Hatch and had a heavy incident at Druids there. So suddenly Colin's back at the front again. Dominant champion in Class 2 last year, overall champion, very, very quick driver. So it's nice to see Colin back at the front.
Definitely. So a safety car has been called at the end of lap 3. There's the Mini Cooper with the lights above it. That is our safety car here at Anglesey. And they're waiting to pick up the head of the field as they head down towards, I believe, the banking again. But of course, all drivers are obeying instruction here to slow and be prepared to stop as they head and run towards where the safety car will pick them up. Although that looked like looked almost like an attempted position there from car 24. Not quite sure why Carl Hazelton was side by side with another with a safety car called.
That's right. Yeah, you sometimes do get the situation where it's possible that your vision of that first safety car board and flag are obscured by another car.
Yeah.
But there's quite a lecture during the driver's briefing this morning to how to behave under the safety car, particularly as drivers haven't been here before, and just so that they get the idea there. So it's just this opportunity. It does bring the field together. It slows the speeds down. It's we've got a couple of cars passing on the pit straight, so I'm not sure whether that's people putting themselves back in position if there was a shuffle round. So we'll see how the clerks of the course think about that one.
They haven't been requested to reshuffle in class in the course of a safety car?
I don't see how that information would have got to them yet, to be quite honest. So we'll keep a little bit of an eye on this. But it does put the cars all in one place, which gives the marshals a nice window to actually get in there and do what they need to do with no cars coming past. The mini safety car now leading them through, and they're actually coming through Church now, just at a reasonable pace, shall we say, which is, it's only a short circuit, so you can't go around too fast, because we do need that clear window, that opportunity to actually let the marshals get in and make the circuit safe, because the clock is still ticking. So it's a 25 minutes timed race, and we're down to 18 and a half minutes already. So the time behind the safety car does count, and we don't get anything added on for it.
But of course, the drivers will be getting frustrated going this slowly, but it should mean that they get a lap extra to race. Hopefully, if they can clear the car before too long. It does. I still can't quite make out the stop car right now, unfortunately. We have been given a red flag, I'm afraid. That is a red flag. Baston's stoppage at the inside causes a recovery truck. Now, I believe they'll be heading into the pit lane, will they, Paul? And will we get a restart or a safety car restart?
We're several laps in. I'm actually expecting them to get stopped short of, ideally, get stopped short of the grid. We shall see which the marshals do direct them into the pit lane. I'm suspecting they'll get stopped short of the grid, and then they'll actually get gridded up in the order of the last racing lap.
Yeah. I
think we've gone too far to resort to the ordinary grid, although certainly some drivers, I think, would love another chance of getting that start right after the problems that we had.
Harry Mailer, not least among them, I'm sure.
Exactly, yeah. He did take a little bit of a racing shortcut.
He would love a reset, wouldn't he?
He certainly would. So, there's plenty of warning out there for the drivers, yet they're coming very, very slowly back into our site. And we've got mostly very experienced drivers out there. They've been in these situations before. It's their chance almost to take a mental reset, think about what they did first time, think about what they'd like to do different. Hopefully there's the temperatures on the cars are under control. It is a gloriously sunny day out here, isn't it? I started the day with a jacket and gilet on, and I've slowly been shedding clothing as the day goes on, because it's absolutely gorgeous here today.
It is, and we're in a bit of a greenhouse in the commentary booth, so anyone suffering any wind chill will be jealous of that, but
I think it's sunburn. I think sunburn is the worry today. So we've got the cars being stopped short of the grid, so there should be this is where we have it down in race control, someone working very, very quickly to generate a new grid sheet for the marshals. So I'm expecting it to be the order possibly at the end of lap 2, which is end of lap 2 into lap 3, which is when the safety.
You see Harry Mailer actually being instructed to move forward. I believe he will start. Is he being instructed to start 4th or 5th, potentially? Because he did lose another place, it seems.
He did.
Oh, no, they're double stacking.
Yeah, just double stacking. I think just to get people down off the steepest part of the circuit. So it's ideally, if they can get them into some semblance of order right now, it's going to be worthwhile. But it's just hoping that car of Richard Baston's, it did appear to be just stopped, didn't it, on the side of the track?
It did. There's a fair amount of smoke coming out the rear.
Unless we've got a strange issue, like, for example, the gearbox is locked up or something very, very odd. And that doesn't happen very often. I'm wondering if, though, it did look a very, very smoky blow-up, which suggests possibly that there is quite a lot of oil down on that part of the track. And, of course, they arrive at that corner. They arrive actually at the banking pretty quickly.
Yes.
It's a fast part of the circuit. That's the last time that as a driver you actually want to turn up, arrive, and suddenly find that there's oil on the track and you haven't got the grip level that you expected, and suddenly you're in a car that's not stopping anywhere near as quickly as you expected.
Of course, we can only see it now that it's stationary, but if it was losing fluid in the lead-up, it would have been on the racing line as well, heading into the banking, which would not be comfortable for these drivers to try and tackle the banking with loose tyres.
No. So it's a little shame that we're the very first race of the day and we've actually been brought to a stop. So it's.
But we were running ahead of schedule, so thankfully, brilliant organisation here. Yes, you can actually see some fluid being attended to around the apex of the banking. I don't think they really use the banking, but I think you might have called that absolutely correctly. That appears to be that the car is locked up. I don't think they can move that under neutral.
No, that's actually getting straightly lifted and onto the back of the truck. So yeah, that's a car that sees there, and you see Richard Baston in the white race suit keeping a weather eye on his precious car, just to make sure that you know, he knows it's in that horrible position that a driver's in, that he knows that's just cost him a lot of money. Yeah. Is that if for an engine that's going to have to get rebuilt, blown up or whatever? But he's just trying to make sure that nothing further happens.
Nice and slowly, please, boys. Nice and slowly.
No, I have to say they seem to have done a fantastic job at actually lifting that car up perfectly horizontally. So it's I suspect it's one of those things that isn't as easy as it's made to look most of the time.
No, and unfortunately it does look embarrassingly bad when it goes wrong as well. But yeah, as you say, paying very close attention. Initially he was running off, and I think the marshals told him to stand still and stay where he was.
Well, I think your first inclination is possibly just before the red flag is just to try to get away. But he's actually going and seeing how much oil's down, actually, Richard. So it's... yeah, he's having a little bit of a look, isn't he? But yeah, it's a shame about that car. Now, the race clock is reset to 0. I'm suspecting that we are going to get something like a 15-minute race out of this. So it's going to be 10 minutes shorter, which makes actually... So the Porsche Club, we've got 2 races across this weekend here at Anglesey, with drivers in the Class 1 supposed to use a set of tyres for the qualifying and the 2 races. But if one of the races is shorter, you've got more tyre left.
That's true.
So it does actually take some of the element of actually trying to look after your tyres, manage your tyres away. You can push that little bit harder. And a lot of the drivers were basically saying this does seem to be a little bit of a low grip circuit. They were certainly Pete Morris, who's racing in that red, black and white 997, the car number 2, was saying that yesterday here in testing he had the back end of the car step out more than it has in about the last 6 or 7 seasons. So he had an entertaining time. Everyone's saying that now they've put the tyres they intended to race on, it's all gone a little bit better. But it's going to be interesting. I'm fully expecting a shorter race, and that really does make it a bit of a sprint. So
absolutely, but we don't curtail the points on offer either, I'm assuming, for a shortened race.
No, we don't. We actually managed to race at Brands Hatch last year due to quite a major incident of actually only 2 racing laps. And again, yeah, 4 points were awarded. Yeah, so okay. It's going to be up for grabs, basically. And we've had 4 races so far this year. And Harry Mailer, who was on pole there on the original pole, but then tumbled down the order and took, as you said, pointed out, took a huge shortcut. So hopefully that's going to be forgotten all about if we are having a new race. Actually won the opening race. And Steve Wood in that bright yellow 996 that we saw slide down the inside of Pete Morris, actually going up the top of the hill into Rocket Inn, actually won the second race, and that was at our opening meeting at Donington Park back on the 1st of April. And then since then, we've actually been to Brands Hatch, raced on the full Grand Prix circuit on the 30th of April, and that was actually a night. Steve Wood took his second win, and then we had a great race. Steve Wood actually won that race. Almost the only time he led was as they crossed the line, as he won by the mere sheer inches from Bill Cayley. And in race 2, Bill Cayley again got into the lead, but this time managed to hold on and took his first actually outright win. That's Bill Cayley. And you mentioned early on when you were rattling down your first grid, and I'm hoping we are going to get a glimpse of a revised grid up here, that you mentioned the Cayleys. We actually have father and son, Bill and James Cayley. James, the father, actually out there in very identically liveried green and gold cars. And we've also got the Morris family, Pete Morris and Ross Morris. Pete Morris running in Class 1 and Ross Morris in Class 2. Cars actually coming out to the grid, and yes, it looks like they are actually coming out in that order and being gridded up in the race order, I think at the end of lap 2, which looks like now we have Colin Tester sitting on pole position with Steve Wood now alongside in that yellow Auto Farm 77 car. Pete Morris in car number 2 on the second row with Mark McAleer, one of only 2 drivers in the field to have actually raced when the series was here back in 2009, in 4th place. On the third row, it looks like we've got car number 17, which is Andy Muggeridge. And alongside that, 25th, Harry Mailer. So our original pole man is now back on the 3rd row of the grid. And I think actually they're exactly the same as first time round. We've actually got the Cayley family on the 4th row of the grid. So it looks like James Cayley is on the inside there with Bill Cayley alongside. And then going back to the 5th row, it looks like Chris Dyer to me actually out there. And then we actually have the Jim Bryan car, the 74, the very distinctively liveried, I'm just trying to work out where the first of the Class 2 cars is, and that looks like the next row back. So row 6 on the inside is 88 Paul Simpson in the grey and black car with the pink flashes on it, is the first of the Class 2. So a very good first part of the race for Paul Simpson. I'm trying to look and spot Oliver Chatham, car 69, who was actually our pole sitter from Class 2. I can't actually spot that car. It might be the car that's actually obscured for me by one of the marshal's posts, but the car's definitely forming up in the race positions that they were at the end of the second lap. So hopefully we're in a position to go racing very soon.
Well, car number 2, championship leader at the moment after the first 4 races of the season, starts in 3rd position on the inside entry into target, and he had a great start earlier on. He shot up into the lead of the race, but then fell back into the clutches of car number 1, Tester, and number 77, Steve Wood. Look for Harry Mailer to see if he can make a successful run through target and then jump off the line. He's left himself a little bit of room to his grid markings as well. The original pole sitter with his spectacular qualifying session there in car 25 from 6th position. Look to see how he continues. Dyer is 3rd in the championship with Muggeridge 4th, James Cayley and Jim Bryan 5th and 6th at the moment. But it's very early days in this significant Porsche Cup Championship. But they're already starting to think about getting one hand on those trophies and where they can make decisions later on. I've been told by race control that this is a revised situation. We're now going to be running a 16-minute race. A
16-minute race. Yeah. Now, hopefully, it's interesting to know if that actually information's got to the drivers or not.
Wow.
It's it's not the easiest one to actually get them across. We just got one circuit vehicle coming back in. Cars actually sat on the grid, looking absolutely magnificent. There is something about race cars with the sun shining down on them that is a lovely place to be, and it's fantastic here this weekend with these stunning views you actually get at this circuit with Absolutely. The sea and the Snowdonia Mountains in the background. But final circuit vehicles coming in, so hopefully we're going to get going again pretty quickly. I suspect we will get a green flag lap because these cars are on slicks and they need to get a bit of temperature up and get into those. So we'll get that. The cars will come back round, and then very, very soon we will go racing again. And I think after everything we squeezed into the first 3 laps, the 16 minutes has got quite a lot to live up to.
It really does, and they'll be desperate to get going. They'll be getting very warm in those cars as well, and I presume they're all running and standing still, so they'll be cooking nicely away in the cockpits. That won't help in terms of keeping everybody calm.
I'm a little surprised. You quite often look down on the grid in situations like this, and you see that wonderful thing that drivers do where they start like wafting the driver's door just to try and force a little bit of air into the car and let a little bit of that hot air out, because these cars are, as you say, they are very warm. And of course, being Porsches, yes, for the majority of them, the engines are behind the drivers, but the radiators are all out in front, so there is a bit of heat out in the front of the car. Yeah, car's leaving now for that green flag lap.
Green flag lap, then we will get ourselves back underway and a slightly shorter field, just losing that one car, of course, before the stoppage. But we certainly had a dramatic first couple of laps, and then the stoppage that occurred. So hopefully it's going to be more of the same. 16-minute race will take us through, Paul, and we shall see if people can make up for poor starts from the first one.
It is, and I'm actually looking at the as the car's actually going through the banking there is a long, long trail of the dust that we use to soak up the oil. I wanted to say cement dust because it was for many years, but it's not now. It's some high-tech thing that we use. But yeah, mostly off the racing line until the cars actually get to the apex. There was way less dust kicked up there than I thought. And the drivers were probably just keeping an eye out for that, because they did leave the grid to be with not only a green flag, but also the yellow and red striped slippery surface flag, just giving them a brief heads up that there was something awaiting them round the corner where the traction might not be quite what they expected. But cars already out, spreading out gloriously. Interesting to see. It was actually mentioned in the driver's briefing about trying to make the green flag lap reasonably quickly, please, gentlemen, and not a long, slow, drawn-out affair.
Yeah, but that's the prerogative of the pole sitter.
Or the cars at the back if they're not keeping up. Yeah, it's always a tricky one, isn't it? A balancing act. But we do have a whole combination of experience and some relatively new drivers out there. And this is always, I think, probably the most tense part of any race, is coming onto the grid and waiting for those green lights and then just trying to make that start, because although they say you can't win the race on the first lap, you can only lose it. It's the one opportunity when you've got cars offline.
It's the best opportunity to attack,
Yeah, there are opportunities there.
Absolutely. So, Colin Tester, car number 1, in P number 1. He's slightly set back from his grid marking here. He's giving up a yard or two from the start, but he'll have the inside line and he'll be looking for a good start. But he'll be also cognizant that behind we have the Lightning starting car 2, championship leading Peter Morris, who got away so well at the start, and likewise in completely the opposite fortunes. Car 25, who was our original pole sitter, is currently down into P6, and he'll be looking for a much better run here. It's 5 seconds to go before the starter's lights.
It is, yeah, that was the superb start from Pete Morris, but Colin Tester, who's now in front of him, also made a fantastic start. So he's got a lot to live up to.
And we're away, and it's Steve Wood with a great look at it and a massive look down the inside. Tried to make the move there and managed to get himself knocked quickly. We've still got the slippery surface flag. So Steve Wood goes down the inside. You can see absolutely unsighted for the drivers going in. There's a significant amount of fluid, and you can see exactly why we stopped for so long as we did. But Steve Wood is heading the field, I believe, coming out of the banking and heading down through the church corner for the first time of this curtailed race. And Steve Wood with the lead, and it got very, very testy away from the start, Paul.
It was actually Mark McAleer from the second row who took a flyer and tried to go between the front two cars to finally become the filling in a Porsche sandwich. So Mark McAleer back in fourth now, and he's going to have a little bit to fight for. But looking across from the third row, I think Harry Mailer is already up to third place. So that's fantastic.
Into Rocket out for the first time then, and Steve Wood looking a little bit slow towards the exit of Rocket out as they head now towards Peel. It's a fairly slow entry. Harry Mailer made up good ground, 3 places off that start, and it all got very, very dicey going through the first few corners. Just it might be an indication of that frustration as Harry Mailer would nibble at the rear axle of number 1 and the championship leader. And car 5 is off at the track at the moment. Car 5 has had an issue, but we'll focus on the battle for the lead as Steve Wood is defending going through. Target might be slow on the way out, but he finds the racing line well. He kicks up a little bit of dust heading into the banking for the second time. Harry Mailer, again, looking for the higher line around that banking corner and can't quite find a way through, but he'll be pleased that he's made up those places initially and greedy for more.
It is, and I think Colin Tester's starting to look inside Steve Wood when he can, and was very, very quick through Church. Run. This is where Colin Tester actually went past Pete Morris last time out, and he's alongside Steve Wood, and he's passed well before they've got to Rocket in. But he drops a wheel onto dust, kicks up dust, but he's still going to get the car stopped and turned in. Fantastic from Colin Tester.
Yeah, the following cars won't be enjoying the amount of dust being kicked up, but a big problem for Colin Tester, who got it all wrong going into Rocket through Rocket out, and he's given up the place. Steve Wood back in the lead, and guess who's here in P2? It's Harry Mailer, our original pole sitter, who is squirreling his way through Peel Corner and has managed to keep gaining positions. Much better start, and he dive down on the inside into the corkscrew, and Harry Mailer absolutely nailing these first couple of laps.
Fantastic opportunity taken there by Harry Naylor, and he's actually come in with a 2 or 3 lap length. He actually managed to slightly, I think, bulk the momentum of Steve Wood, who's now under pressure from Colin Tester yet again. Colin got past this on this lap last time round. Can he do that again? It was actually a good exit from the banking quickly through Church, and if he can do that again, then he's going to try and challenge. But of course, Steve Wood knows what's coming this time. Yeah, and he's obviously making a defensive shape on the way into the banking. I think that's hurting him a little bit, though. He's looking for Tester's looking for an overlap on the inside through Church. He got a tremendous top speed coming through School Corner the previous lap, but I think that was more explained by Steve Wood's slower run himself. But Harry Mailer gapping the field already and trying to get some distance here as they go side by side into Rocket in. And it's not quite doing for Tester, who is trying his hardest to get past Steve Wood, but a great defence at the moment from Steve Wood. I saw 2 places gained that previous lap, up to 12th for Brian, down in car 74 in 12th position, so a good gain that way. Several places changing further down the order, but we still have all but one of our original starters with us, and here is Harry Mailer coming out of the final corner to start his next lap. A good distance away then. How many tenths is that? As Steve Wood goes to the inside, there's no way through though for Tester, and Steve Wood just about crowds him out. I think they'll be nose to tail. They might even be side by side as they go towards the banking. Steve Wood right in the middle of the circuit, Paul, and Tester trying to go around the outside. Very, very much so, and I think it's that battle that's actually letting Harry Mailer pull away again. Again, Colin Tester is desperate to get past. You can watch Mailer stretching away at the front, and he just wants to get past and actually use some of his own pace to close in the race leader.
Absolutely, a good run through Church Corner and heading towards School. He is a lot quicker through Church, possibly got a little bit of a better run coming out of the banking as well. And down on the inside, there's contact. I believe there's contact on the way into Rocket Inn. There's certainly a massive lockup going on, and our second and third drivers have crossed the line here.
Colin Tester again ending up wide and on the grass, and he's tumbling down the order. I think that was just overly ambitious as they got up there.
I believe we had a touch going into Rocket Inn. If I miscalled that, then forgive me. But there we've got Harry Mailer in the lead. Steve Wood just recovering, really, and trying to drop the heart rate slightly, I imagine, through the corkscrew this time. But Harry Mailer with a significant lead now. Crosses the line to start lap 4. There are 11 minutes to go, and he's currently got a 4.4 second gap at the front. Just to take you through the order then, as Tester is dropping down the order. Is he coming into the pits? Yes, indeed he is. So it's Mailer, Wood, Morris in car 2, McAleer, Muggeridge, the 2 Kayleys, 80 ahead of 11, and then Dyer and Toon and Simpson. And Simpson is actually leading Class 2 and ahead of several Class 1 cars.
That's right, yeah, Paul Simpson's actually put some other cars between himself and his Class 2 rivals. But looking back across, the leader is long gone, isn't he? But Steve Wood, I'm just wondering if his car is actually okay, if there was any contact, because he's got Pete Morris and Mark McAleer closing in, 2 former double champions. There's people who know Porsche racing.
You can see the
backwards.
contact on the car number 1. You can see where the front wing ended up making contact of Steve Wood's car. There's a little bit of paint been traded there. Not significant damage, but coming in for a check nonetheless.
That's right, yeah, bit of a traumatic day, I think, so far for Colin Tester, but you can't say that he wasn't trying to make positions. Harry Mailer now can really just, I think, set his own pace, because the battle behind is Steve Wood starting to bottle up a train of cars, and it's Pete Morris, Mark McAleer, and then right behind them, a fantastic drive. Well up there, actually, today. Andy Muggeridge with the Kayleys behind. Bill Cayley ahead of James Cayley in those green and gold cars. But starting to actually ease away Steve Wood. This is where he really wants Mark McAleer to actually start hassling Pete Morris. So they start battling, and he gets a little bit of a breathing space.
Pete Morris was defending earlier on in the lap. So it does look like he's certainly watching his mirrors just as much. We've got Tester back out, it seems, who is trying to see if he can get that car running again. Oh, he's about to be passed and lapped by none other than Steve Wood. He's been lapped by the leader, and let's keep an eye on this one as they go on through Rocket Inn and towards Rocket Out. It'd be hopefully they will play nicely together, as these 3 cars on screen are closely battling on the way out of Church Corner. That is the orange and blue car number 10.
Julian Morris with Shiraz Khan actually having a look and see if he can actually go around the outside. I think that's going to be ambitious by Shiraz, who's raced in the box to the Cup last year and has stepped up to the Porsche Club Championship this year. Still really on a learning curve, I think, with the slicks.
Away goes then Harry Mailer to start another lap. We've got Steve Wood then leading the battle for the podium in second position from Morris and McAleer and Muggeridge, and then followed closely by the 2 Kayleys. This is going to be a very, very dicey battle to populate the podium. But at the moment, Harry Mailer, he's only really up against himself here. He has the fastest lap of 1 minute 13.227 at this stage, with 8 minutes remaining of this first race.
Colin Tester back in the pit, so I think that could be all we're seeing of Colin there, unfortunately.
Well, that would be a crying shame if that ambitious move into Rocket Inn was all she wrote for this race and possibly for the second race later on. But hopefully there's time to attend to it. His body language looks very, very disappointed in the pit lane, at least. But heading on into the final corner. No, sorry, into Peel. It's Rocket Inn. Excuse me. Just learning the circuit like everybody else here. I am as they go. But it's in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Fighting incredibly hard, Morris, McAleer and Muggeridge.
That's right, that is quite the little battle going on there, to be quite honest, and it's going to be interesting just to see how that pans out. Pete Morris again closes up, I think, certainly in the second half of the lap on Steve Wood. It's almost as if Steve Wood's got the legs on the quicker first half of the lap. So we'll keep a little bit of an eye on it. It's the 77 car crossing line with Pete Morris and Mark McAleer. And now a little bit of a gap actually back to Andy Muggeridge in 5th.
Is there a definitive choice in setup between the sectors of the racetrack that could explain that? Or a difference between the cars in any way?
It could be just the cars. In fact, you got, of course, the Pete Morris and Mark McAleer out in the 997 version of the 911, so it's the most powerful car out there, but also the heaviest.
Okay.
So Steve Wood's car's about 50 horsepower lighter, but many kilos lighter. Sorry, 50 horsepower less powerful, but many kilos lighter. So potentially he's got less car to stop, if that makes sense.
You wouldn't know it from watching the cars on track. They're so closely monitored and made sure that their balance of power is kept incredibly close. You can't really see a great deal of difference between the vehicles. But anyway, Harry Mailer leads this one, still with that fastest lap originally set earlier on. It's the 7th lap. We've got 6 minutes remaining as Harry Mailer just getting the tail slightly lively, coming through the corkscrew. He's having fun out there.
He very much is, actually. Yeah, the car was. You can see the car's quite lively under him, but a lot of drivers like a car that is active. It's a car that wants to change direction, which can be very useful on the tight sections of a circuit like this. And I think we've got Steve
Great
Wood.
run for car 80, who looks to have a look through into the first corner target, but he can't quite make the move.
It is. That's Bill Cayley. He was very, very quick last time out at Brands Hatch, and of course he's got his father behind him. So I'm wondering if he thinks.
Move on the brakes, but that's a defence actually from 17. That is. Excuse me, that's Muggeridge defending from Cayley, but he was heavily braking on that dust.
It was, and I think that's compromised him onto this long, fast section. I think that Bill Cayley could potentially actually be able to reel him in, although I think that car of Andy Muggeridge does appear to have some legs in a straight line.
It really does. He's certainly not shy with the power down as they head up the hill and head towards that fantastic section, very twisty and tight final sector of the racetrack is we have here at the Anglesey Coastal Circuit configuration. But that is car number 2 then in 3rd place at the moment. Morris defending from Muggeridge, and that's looks like the most likely move at the moment as Harry Mailer completes his next lap.
That's it, but the pack behind him are actually going to catch a back marker as they come onto the pit straight. So it's going to be interesting. The back markers were told to hold their line. And I think that has momentarily blocked the car of Steve Wood. Now he ducks out inside the back marker, who's holding the outside lane, allowing the next 3 cars through. But I think that's going to cost Steve Wood a tenth or two.
Always difficult for people to anticipate getting past the back markers. But as you say, if their instruction was stay on line, you should be able to make the assumption that that's what they'll do. But of course, he moved himself up to the outside that time just to allow the field through at a much faster corner.
It is very much so. They're told to stay online, but then online is where everyone else wants to be as well.
Absolutely. Well, the Cayleys still a lot closer together than they were before, and certainly the run on the back of Muggeridge seems to be halted at the moment. And we've got a bit of action going on into the final corner at the moment. This is battling between the bright orange car number 10 versus 15. And just to update you then on Class 2, leading the Class 2 field is 88 Simpson from Porter, but they've got a Class 1 car between them. Then Chatham, Morris, Labbit, Blacker, Hazelton, Morris again, Khan, Rowlands is in Class 1, and Richardson in Class 2 is at the tail of the field. Tester is still showing at the foot of the field, but I don't think we'll actually pick up any points for this one. Steve Wood then putting a lap on another back marker at the moment, as it looks like Bill Cayley then back on the offensive.
It is. Car going very slowly on track is Shiraz Khan, the number 15 boxer. Almost looks like he's looking for someone to pull that car off. That's going to be a big shame for Shiraz if he can get that car out of the way. Not long left in the race. We're down to about 3 minutes. But I'm not saying it's hopefully that is regarded by race control as a safe place to be. So but we're back
I would imagine he's away from the apex and he's away from the potential for an accident mid-apex or under braking. So hopefully that is safe enough. We've got 2.5 minutes to go. There is a green flag just by that car, so hopefully we can continue the hard and fast racing we've had so far. Steve Wood is defending, but then so is Morris in car number 2, defending heavily from McAleer, who is trying to get on that podium. Steve Wood has that second place, it seems, at the moment, with 2.5 minutes to run. Harry Mailer coming out of the final corner to finish his 10th lap, and he has built a huge gap. It's going to be almost 8 seconds by the time Steve Wood comes through once again to take on the final 2 minutes of the track. Of the lap. It is 8.3. That was a big gain, that lap from Mailer. Who's not hanging around and he's not managing the gap. He's stretching his legs here.
It is, yes. I'm still curious to see if the drivers actually know how long this race is going to be. Because, as I say, we were told it was 60 minutes. That was quite a late decision when the car's already on the grid. I didn't see a marshal go down telling all the drivers. No. It's quite possible they were informed of some way so they can manage it.
Well, we have a last lap board I can see out of our out of our commentary position. So I'm assuming that our finish marshal will actually will wave that. Or, well, not wave it. He'll hold it very steady so people can see on the way through. But it's Mailer at the front. That is Muggeridge defending from the two Kayleys. And a nice battle here. This is car number 4 against the very striking livery, green stripes and striking position.
Jim Bryan in the great green wrap with Andy Toon, another actually former champion. We do have a field with a lot of former champions out in it battling. Andy was having his Cayman, said he really wasn't happy with the setup earlier on, so they've made some changes to that car, and suddenly it's looking like a car he actually can race. There
goes your race leader past the start-finish line once again, and the gap's stretching a little bit now, but actually Kaylee in car 11 is getting gained on by car number 9 Dyer, who is getting closer and closer here, trying to get hold of that 7th position.
It is, and they were crossing the line there with about 50 seconds left, so I think this should be the last racing lap. So it's going to be interesting. I think the battle really is on possibly for third or fourth, although Mark McAleer has fallen back away from Pete Morris. He was actually challenging Pete Morris only a lap or two ago in car 14, but it's Pete Morris in car 2. I think possibly just a little too far back from that bright yellow 77 of Steve Wood to mount a challenge going into the last half of the lap.
But it is looking like it will be the final lap. I don't know if the drivers will know that. They didn't get a last lap marker that time, so it's now or never for making moves, but that's information that we don't know for sure whether the drivers even had were given. So our marshal is ready to wave the checkered flag. Harry Mailer, I think, has this one sewn up. He's got the final corner coming through, and here we go then to take the win. Harry Mailer wins the first race here at the Porsche Club Championship meeting at Anglesey by a country mile from Steve Wood, who will hold on to that second place. And then we've got Colin Tester in third position, and they are all filing through now, but a tremendous win.
Pete Morris third from Mark McAleer.
Excuse me.
Pete Morris, yeah, Colin Tester, sadly a pit lane watcher by now.
So it's Mailer, Wood, Morris, your podium, and then followed by the rest of the field coming through. We'll take you through the final standings, of course, as we go. But
Paul Simpson taking class 2 from 44, which is Andrew Porter, who had Ollie Chatham in the car 69 right with him as they crossed the line.
Absolutely.
That's the top 3 in class 2.
That's your podium for the class 2, as well as all the cars finish up. When we'll give you the provisional results here, of course, as soon as we get them on screen. But as you say, that car, Shiraz Khan's car, is in one of the different configuration loops here, just opposite the start-finish area, and thankfully didn't cause a second stoppage on the grid. But it's Harry Mailer who won in the end by over 9 seconds in a 16-minute race, Paul.
That's actually some going, isn't it? Yeah, and he's actually come round again. I'm not quite convinced he saw the flag first time round. So he's actually now seen it again. I think he put in a lap just to make sure that was the end of the lap. So fantastic performance from Harry Mailer. Yeah, exactly. Possibly in his view, better one too many than one too few.
Yes.
And I have over the years actually seen races where people have thought they've won it a lap early and eased off, and only discovered later on, as everyone steamed past them, that was a big mistake. So fantastic performance. These guys actually now get to go and earn a well-earned lunch and get to do it all again tomorrow.
So absolutely, Harry Mailer then with the win of race 1, and we will get the updated grids for you for race 2 ahead of that. But the checkered flag has fallen here in our race. And it is Harry Mailer who secured that win and the fastest lap. Also, he got the pole, but it wasn't as straightforward as that sounds. Of course, the aborted mini race we had at the start with the stoppage and the safety car, followed by the red flag.
The race that never was, isn't it?
He was. Yeah, it's almost like it has been erased from history, that the way that has worked out. Yeah, we should. Here we go then. Here are your provisional results then. It is Mailer winning the race by 9 seconds from Wood and Morris, with close attention from McAleer and Muggeridge. The two Kayleys in 6th and 7th, and then Dyer, Bryan and Toon making out your total Class 1 top 10 overall. So these are all Class 1 entries. Simpson won the Class 2 race, and he finished 11th overall. Evans coming in a Class 1, and then the Boxsters, the Class 2s of Porter and Chatham are your podium holders. In 15th and in 4th overall, Morris in the Boxster and Labbett. Back to Blacker in 17th, Hazelton, Morris and Rowlands, your 20 cars. We should have a total, I think, of 21 finishers. And I think that will just be Richardson, who hasn't featured on the finishing order just yet. But Richardson did finish the race. Khan did not, and neither did Tester. We also, of course, lost. Was it Blacker early on, or? Yes, we lost Blacker earlier on with the red flag from the mini race, but that's your Porsche Cup Championship. Race 1 done and dusted. Race 2 will be tomorrow, and for now, Paul, we thank you for your contributions, and we'll see you again later on.
Fantastic. Yeah, we shall be back later in the day when we have the Boxster Cup field. So hopefully they're going to be equally as exciting. Thank you very much. Catch you later.
Well, welcome to a sunny and bright Anglesey for the Club and Sport Prototype Championship. This is our race. Still to come. This is the time for our race 1 entry of the Sport Prototype Championship. 3 classes in operation today, and I'm joined again in the commentary box. This is Andy Webster speaking right now, and I'm joined by Pete Richings.
Good afternoon, Andy. Yeah, so we've actually got 4 classes because we've actually got one car.
We
in
do have a
class
single
CSPA,
car, don't
yeah.
we? Of course.
So, so that just makes it 4 classes. So it's going to be a busy grid out there. We've lost a couple of cars since qualifying, unfortunately, but we've still got 24 cars on the grid. So it's going to make a really quick and busy race today, I'm sure.
So what happened to those cars that are out?
Ben Mallock unfortunately had a crack in his rear axle, which is just not fixable over the weekend, unfortunately, which is a shame. And Jared Lester just seems to have an incurable electrical problem on his car. But fortunately, his father's racing a similar car, so they've decided to share the car for the weekend. So Jared's driving his dad's car. So Jared's in number 66, not 68, today. In the 2 races today, and then his dad Adrian will be in that car tomorrow.
Okay,
as long as Jared keeps it one piece.
Yes, indeed. Yes, he's let his son loose with his own race at stake potentially later on. But yeah. We have 1x1 grids today, and continuing throughout this championship, and that is actually rather difficult to organise at this short start-finish area. Not only are they queuing through the final corner, but they're also queuing to reposition themselves rather than go up onto the corkscrew.
Yes, it's the 1-1 grid. We introduced it a couple of years ago, and it's the best safety measure we ever introduced. It just gives the cars just a bit more space at the start, and we've had. I'm touching wood. I'm looking for wood to touch it. We've had no real start line incidents since we introduced it, so it's important we have the 1-1 grid. But all the drivers further back are fully aware that they've got a red light on top of the hut at the end of the pit road, so they can see when the red light goes out. So there shouldn't be any problem there. It's just looks like it's a bit of a challenge getting them out of the assembly area and into the right place.
Logistics are an interesting challenge here for everybody. The marshals are, of course, communicating fantastically to the drivers, and they will follow their instructions as we're sure they will. We've got, as you say, 1x1 grids. Have we got enough grid hatchings to actually make this start work out well once they get round for the green flag?
Yeah, there are enough grid hatchings for a 28-car grid, so Excellent. We've only got 24 or 25 now, so I think it'll be fine. So they're off on their green flag nap now, so some of the cars at the back there are still facing the wrong direction, but I'm sure we'll get it all sorted out by the end of the formation lap.
Absolutely. Well, away from the start, away from the grid, quite nicely. Several drivers lighting up. James Clark looked like an absolute pro, laying the rubber down on his line. He will have the inside line as the pole sitter to the first corner target, and we've seen in previous races today that that first corner can get quite dicey.
Yeah, well, James really is almost a pro in terms of clubman's racing, because at the Walter Hayes Trophy at Silverstone the end of last year, he did win the pre-93 final, so he's a pretty capable driver in all sorts of categories.
As you say, here on the grid then, James Clark will start on pole position with a 105.331, almost a second faster in qualifying than Cody Tree in car 71 on second place. On row 2 is Michelle Hayward in the 82, and then Tom Bellamy is 4th in car number 3. Steve Collier starts in car 32 on row 4 with Clive Wood for company in car number 50. Then we have Masters and Mathieu Gauthier-Thornton, who starts in that 8th position. Next up, on the next row, on row 6, we have Alan Cook. On row 5, we have Alan Cook in 9th place. Then everything moves up 1. Will Freeman will move along because Ben Mallock couldn't make the start. Graham Wilson and Morris Hart in 12th. Then we have on the next row of the grid, Jared Lester will start in 13th position. Next to him, in 15th, Barry Webb in the number 54. Tom Muirhead starts in 15th position, and in 16th, Samantha Evans on the next row. We have Roger Watton, who starts in 17th with Pippa Tanner Wood next to him. Rodney Player is 19th, and then joined alongside by Brian Hunter in car number 60. We have just 5 to read out further. It is car number 77, Gareth Salter starting 22nd, Mike Upton in 22nd, and then Steve Littler in 23rd, Neil Chapman in 24th, and Tommy Weyer will start at the back of the grid.
Yeah, Tommy Weyer had a failure of his differential on the first lap of qualifying, so that's been fixed in between qualifying and the race. He managed to get out and do 3 laps to qualify out of session, so Tommy's going to be coming through the field a little bit, I think. Yeah,
we'll look out for him. He had a little run on his own there on the racetrack, so he managed to get those sighter laps in. The whistle has gone. The 5-second board has been shown, and we get ready with James Clark on the inside and Cody Tree, and they're away. And there's a waving arm there of Michelle Hayward. Car number 82 could not get away. We're hoping everybody makes it through safely. The yellow flags are gone, and she is away as well, safely from the start. Thankfully, all drivers managed to avoid, and perhaps bearing testament to exactly what you were talking about there, Pete, with all of that, those one-by-one grids just gave those extra few tenths of a second warning to avoid Michelle Hayward's stricken car.
Do you know, I feel absolutely terrible now, Andy, because before the race, Michelle was asking me how to make a quick start, and I gave her a bit of coaching.
53 looking for a move into school, and
Morris Hart with a lot of smoke coming out the back of his car. He's pulling off onto the grass.
Yeah, we've got a stop car who's heading to the grass, trying to make it to that marshal post, but he's heading uphill now, and I don't think he's going to get there. He's going to stop, unfortunately, before the marshal post. So as they come down, they will have yellow flags coming out of school and towards Rocket Inn. But for now, we remain green flag racing, and James Clark away brilliantly from the start here. Cody Tree struggling to warm the car particularly, but he's settled into that second position. In P3 is car 3, Tom Bellamy at the moment, as they come flying out of the final corner. One by one, and we've got another problem there for car number 54. That is Barry Webb, who's having an issue and a spin through the Rockets. But for now, we remain green flag racing. I don't see any yellow flags prior to the stopped vehicle, and they can see him smoking, and they can see him just offline. But unfortunately, it looks like we continue green flag. Is that a yellow flag at the top of Rocket Inn? I think it is. So they will have to slow at this point here, Pete.
Yeah, they will. It's unfortunate, but at least Morris is sort of well out of the way over on the grass there. But the thing I would like to suggest we keep an eye on is Clive Wood in number 50. Had a bit of a troubled practice, and he's working his way through, and he's up to 4th from 6th on the grid already. I expect to see him moving forward.
Yeah, fantastic. 2 places gained then so far, and Bellamy's gained a place as well, just in front of him in the CSP1 class. It is James Clark who leads this race by a significant margin at this point. Cody Tree is building the speed now and getting back up to racing speed, but still 2 seconds slower that lap than James Clark, who heads the field.
Yeah, James has made just one hell of a start, hasn't he? Those first 2 laps are absolutely blistering. Yeah, so pulled a heck of a lead. So
tremendous stuff then so far as car 66 continues to fight. Jared Lester fighting there and trying to defend. He was, I think he's just made a pass work, and we look to go side by side around the banking.
And Clive Wood about to have a go at Tom Bellamy going up the hill now. He's got alongside him, but there's a slower car, Barry Webb, in the way. Barry's got a problem, so he's going to have to sit behind Tom Bellamy at the moment.
Absolutely super close battling there for car 3, and was that 54 as well. So that's Bellamy versus Wood. Wood looking to make a move through, and you mentioned earlier that we need to be looking out for Webb. Well, he hasn't actually moved in position just yet. He's still where he started, so I'm not sure that car is at full health.
No, it was Clive Wood I was mentioning. He was up to 4th, yeah. No, Barry Webb's had a bit of a problem. You mentioned he had a spin. Yeah, so Clive's now closing in on Tom Bellamy.
So as they run through, it's Clark, Tree, Bellamy, Wood and Collier, your top 5.
And in CSP2, Matthew Gauthier Thornton's got a bit of a gap now on Will Freeman. And there's a CSP1 car of Graham Wilson in between them. Whereas Tom Muirhead is leading CSPB quite easily now. He's got Bigley. Barry Webb's just come into the pit, so he's obviously got a bit of a problem here, which is a shame.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully they can correct that in time for the next race. But for now, yeah, there is car 54 in the pits at the moment, receiving some attention and some conversation at least. But as we go through into and deep into lap 3, there you have Bellamy defending from Wood, who's closed back up again. Wood did have an attempt at this position in the track, clearly a lot more confident in this twisty section. So they're looking for a way through and to set up a good exit here out of the final corner. It is car 32, Steve Collier, at the moment just ahead of this group. But there you can see the gap between Bellamy and Wood.
And Jared Lester in his dad's car is coming up now and is on the tail of Alan Cook. So I think we might see him challenging Alan Cook and Paul Masters in the next lap or two.
Yeah, another fastest lap there from James Clark. Once again at the head of the field, just inching away from the rest of the field. But Cody Tree finding his balance and grip. He's into the 107s now, and a better lap that time, and starting to close down that gap. But it looks like James Clark has the measure of the rest of the field at the moment.
He certainly does. He looks the absolute master of it, doesn't he, at the moment? But it's pretty close between Cody and Tom Bellamy and Clive Wood in terms of lap time. So I'm hoping we get a bit of a scrap for second place.
Well, we're certainly having a scrap for third at the moment. Wood needs to dispatch Bellamy to try and bring himself as close as possible to the front two. Losing time here potentially a little bit as he is following behind Bellamy. Clive Wood out of position at the start, but hoping to try and move forward and bring himself along. We've got the pitted car is retiring.
It's Michelle Hayward, who's stalled on the line, is now retired, and Jared Lester is, I think, just moved up a place.
Let's have a look at. We'll confirm that as the next time round. But for now, watching the cars blitz through the very, very quick section of the track. And this is the battle then for that third position between Bellamy and Wood. Still very, very hot. Another fastest lap from James Clark. He's in the 1 minute 5s, 105.9 now on race pace. That is absolute blistering from the start here.
Yes, he's certainly dominating this race, isn't he?
Very much so. We continue to pay plenty of attention, but looks like car 17 has gone off the circuit as well. We've lost another one, Pete.
Yes, it's Alan Cook. I noticed that he appeared to have disappeared from that battle that was taking place with Jared Lester, so and Paul Masters. So yeah, he must have had an off somewhere.
Well, we remain green flag racing for now. Looks like he's managed to pull off the circuit in a safe position. So thankfully we can continue racing. There are just 7 3/4 minutes to run of this race. So we're
about
through half distance. Absolutely,
just about half distance now, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic race from James Clark at the moment, head of the field. That lap was pedestrian by his very high standards, at 1 minute 7.3. But he has a gap at the moment of 6.6 seconds. So he's maybe starting to just measure the gap now, or I don't think he would have passed the back marker just yet.
It almost looks like he's.
Oh, and then side by side. Then this is that Leicester car. Jared Lester managing to make the move. Yeah. And negotiating for some track position there.
Yeah, he's up past Paul Masters now, so he is moving forward as we expected he would do.
Great stuff.
And looking after the car for his father as well.
Yes, you don't want to bend it, and when your dad's waiting to drive the next day.
No, his dad will be hopping from one foot to the other, I know. So.
Well, heading through then the field we go. That is the 66 of Leicester, who has managed to start walking away from the number 10 car. That's Leicester moving up in the CSP1 class. Masters still leading that CSPA.
And right behind them, Matthew Gauthier Thornton leading the CSP2 class, really very impressively.
Absolutely. I would kind of expect, though, the CSP2 to be a bit closer to Masters fairly soon. Now that Leicester has managed to get past anyway. But let's continue through the race. That's kind of a 53 on screen at the moment. That's Will Freeman, who is currently down in 10th position, but in second in class.
Yeah, Will seems to have got stuck behind Graham Wilson in the CSP1 car, and Not sure if that's actually holding him back or not, but he's unable to sort of get close to Matthew Gauthier-Thornton. So, but I'm sure he's still enjoying the race.
Yeah, we've yet to see Gauthier-Thornton on screen very much yet, but leading his Class 2. So
yes.
we'll try and keep an eye on that as best as possible. But he's looking very good out of the final corner here, Pete.
He's just coming over the finish line right behind Paul Masters. Yeah, so he's really motoring now and setting a really good pace. And Will Freeman sort of pushing Graham Wilson now in second place in CSP2.
A side-by-side battle for a moment here. 77 defending from a move from 42. That's Tanner Wood trying to make a move on Salter. And through they go then for another lap. We're ticking down to 5 minutes to go in this race. And it's getting very busy here. A look down the inside for car number 3. Is this trying to make a decisive swipe through?
That's Tom Bellamy carving through there, isn't it? Yeah.
But that brings 77 well into the clutches of car 42, Tanner Wood, who is trying to make a move now, trying to set that one up coming out of the final corner. Looking like maximising the racing line a little bit better here at the moment, but just can't quite get the overspeed down this start-finish straight, and is now going to be vulnerable down to the next corner. But here is a move. This is just a lap being put on. I thought that this was finally Wood's moment, but it is finally Wood's moment, who gets on through and under power manages to clear. So Wood will have gained a position there, I believe.
No, I think that was just lapping some CSP2
so he's
cars.
Fallen a long way back.
He has.
From,
he's dropped back
Bellamy.
from Tom Bellamy now.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right. I think in CSP1, the one we've got to watch is whether Jared Lester can catch Steve Collier. He's certainly been closing on him.
Absolutely. Well, James Clark finishes his next lap very shortly. He's ticked over to 10 laps, and he's managing that gap now.
Yeah, Cody Tree in a very comfortable second from Tom Bellamy.
Yeah, that's 10.6 seconds, the gap at the front as Tom Bellamy crosses the line. His gap to Tree is 5.3 seconds, so it really has been a very straightforward podium here, but plenty of action throughout the field nonetheless, especially class versus class, as car 32 puts a move down into target on car number 5.
I'm glad to see that Tommy Weyer, who had all those problems and didn't get out in qualifying, is having a good race now. They've done a lot of work during the morning, and he's actually managing to move up the field from the back of the grid.
Absolutely.
Quite nicely now.
6th in class and 16th overall for Weyer.
He'll be very pleased just to have a race under his belt by the end of this race, I'm sure, and then hopefully improve in the next 3 races this weekend.
I think the driver's still really discovering how the car behaves at this unfamiliar circuit for them. There goes James Clark over the line again to start his lap 12. Another 1 minute 6 time that one through, and looking very good indeed.
Yes, it was interesting when they were testing yesterday how many drivers were saying how tiring they would find it around this track, that not been here before, and it is a very a track you just don't get any rest on at all.
A lot of G-force going through, especially through the twisty sections of the racetrack, and we've got some really long, fast corners that are really going to test their upper body.
There's hardly an opportunity to look at the instruments around here. You just don't get any rest at all.
So driving on instinct, and that I imagine is all the more tiring for them. But there goes car 32, just putting a lap on 77, Salter. So 32, Collier just managing to lap the 77, who's in 14th at the moment. So quite a clear difference in pace overall between the classes, and they're managing to negotiate one another quite safely at the moment here. That's James Clark crossing over the line with 1 minute 35 to go. I think we will see 2 more laps potentially before too long, and James Clark can seal this one. He's certainly far and away class of the field at the moment. James Clark in the lead by 14 seconds in a 25-minute race.
Yes, as James Clark crossed the line, I looked back and Cody Tree was only just appearing at the top of the corkscrew. So that's the sort of lead he's got, which is staggering, really.
Looks like car 40 looking for a move here. That's Upton on Littler, and can't quite get through.
That's a good little battle down towards the back of the field there, which is the nice thing in this sort of racing. There's a scrap going on almost the whole way through the field.
Yeah, car 37 making a late move into target and managing to clear the car 42 in front, but it just couldn't quite make it work, and it's managed to negotiate. There's some room there. Managed to get ahead before the banking very nicely indeed. And as the pile then through, James Clark to start his what I believe to be his final lap.
The last lap won't be this time.
Final lap now, as the time is we're down to about 20 seconds to go. So James Clark on the final run, his fastest lap of 105.930 at this stage, clearing away faster than anybody else.
Which will be a new lap record by well over a second.
Nice. Tremendous pace at the front here. That's Gauthier Thornton, I think, getting past some back markers at the moment, out of class. But leading the CSP 2 grid is still Gauthier Thornton. He is in 8th overall, but he's far and away by two positions on overall from Freeman.
And Matthew will also have a new lap record for CSP2.
James Clark wins the race overall. We're just waiting for that to happen. Excuse me, car 20. It was Mathieu Gauthier Thornton who wins for the CSP2. Shaking his fist. There goes happily James Clark winning in the identical livery car. Number 67 wins, and we have a 10-second or so wait to see Cody Tree come through, and he comes out of the corkscrew through the final corner now. And he will secure that second position. No move to the inside to celebrate that one. And then Tom Bellamy securing third overall. Car number 50, Clive Wood, getting fourth place. So moved up very well indeed. And then we have 87 crossing the line. So it's Clark, Tree, Bellamy, Wood waiting still for Collier to come through. And it's a very, very long wait for Collier to cross the line. In car 32, there he goes, fifth place for him. And we've got Jared Lester, again, fair distance back, still in the corkscrew, just to finish off his race.
Yeah, Jared coming quite slowly down the corkscrew at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, he hasn't crossed the checkered flag line as far as we're concerned, but
he's just arriving.
He's very
now.
sick, isn't he?
There
we go. Finding the throttle. Certainly finding the throttle pickup anyway. Leicester gets sixth place overall, and it looks like we're going to have Gauthier Thornton who will cross over. Now, he was celebrating on the previous lap.
You know, I've got a feeling the checkered flag went out to Matthew rather than James Clark.
I think it did, and that's why I was confused about it, but he hasn't officially crossed the checkered flag yet. That may be an error on some line of communication somewhere. But
his car and James Clark's car look very similar. They're from the same team, and they do look very... I guess if the checkered flag went out a lap early, then the result will have to be declared a lap early.
Well,
I'm sure somebody will sort that out.
He was a fair distance away, but he wins CSP2. Clearly, we've got CSP-A. Winner is Masters. Very convincingly finishing ahead of many other cars, but of course on his own in that class. And then Muirhead securing the win for CSP-B. We'll take you through the final standings overall. Once we've got the provisional results, there might be a slight complication around that 7th and 8th position, though.
Yes, may just take a little while to sort out the official results, I suspect. But I think in all four classes we had quite a clear winner in all four classes.
Absolutely.
In Paul Masters' case, that was always going to be the case, but only the one entry. But yeah, James Clark and Matthew Gauthier Thornton and Tom Muirhead, really none of those three were seriously challenged after the first lap.
So here we have your provisional results then. It is Clark winning the race from Tree and Bellamy. A very significant gap there from first positions, 15.9 seconds, a further 5 or 6 seconds to Bellamy. Then is Wood and Collier. Leicester round out the fastest finishing CSP1s. Gauthier Thornton winning CSP2 and Masters winning CSP-A. B?
CSP-A.
Yeah. Sorry, and then back to the CSP1s for Wilson and Freeman, 9th and 10th overall. fastest lap was James Clark, a 1:05.930, and that was very close to qualifying time, if not.
No, I think his
he
qualifying was a
2/10 of a second away from his qualifying time in race trim. Evans came 11th overall with Player in 12th. Then comes Muirhead winning the CSPB. Salter, Wire, Tannerwood, Chapman, Littler, Hunter and Upton to round out your 20th finishers overall. And we will get to just the remaining 6, well, I guess it'd be 4 finishers. We had Cook, Hayward and Webb, and then we had problems for Hart and Watton through the race, and they retired early.
I think all of those last 5 had problems during the race. So,
but as you say, a very intriguing race. It was clearly won by everybody in class. Hopefully, we'll get a more competitive run later on, but. Take nothing away from all the drivers who managed to run that race under green flag racing, some close racing, some lapping, and really well handled by the field.
I agree, and I think there'll just be a little bit of work going on in the paddock this afternoon to get all the cars ready for the final race a little bit after 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Absolutely. So the Clubman Sport Prototype Championship will return later on this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, depending on delays or working in advance. But for now, Pete, we will say goodbye to you, and we will talk to you later on.
Look forward to that. Cheers.
Welcome everybody to the first race of the Miata Trophy here at the beautiful Anglesey Track Mon coastal circuit configuration. My name is Andy Webster, here to talk you through this this fantastic inaugural year of the Miata Trophy, and this is race 3, and later on we will have race 4 in the championship. That will be the last race of today's proceedings here on the channel. But for now, we're just assembling the grid and getting everybody in race trim and ready. Going 2 by 2, slightly staggered formation, but side by side as we get. And you see the some of the beautiful bright liveried cars. There's car 195 just getting in. Throwing the gestures out there to the cameras. We see that was the second row of the grid, but this will be led away by John Langridge, who featured very strongly in the Brands Hatch races. The winner of both Brands Hatch races. It will not be taking part in this meeting, so the opportunity to gain points and gain position in the championship is absolutely significant for our Miata Trophy entrants. Looking forward to seeing these MX-5s in action very shortly. So John Langridge was the pole sitter, and we have Declan Lee alongside him on the outside entry into the first corner of target, which is taken flat out, but at different lines here. We've got a 1 minute to go board being held up by the starter, so we will be ready for you very shortly. But you can see how beautiful a day it is here at Anglesey. You won't see how little wind there is either, but it really is a very still, calm day. And away from the grid go the cars as we get ready to run. Now the NC Mark III cars, which make up the bulk of the field, well, all but one of the field, will always start in front of the NA Mark I's. And here we go then with your starting order for the race. It is going to be John Langridge, who starts in car 5 on pole position from Declan Lee, who secured that second position very well in the Super Pole. Next is Jack Sycamore in the 195, who was entertaining us on the grid, from Simon Fleet in 4th place on row 2. On row 3 is Daniel Parron-Smith in car 73, the white entry with the orange flex, and then Alex Miller is on is in 6th position on row 3. On row 4, Xavier Brooks starts 7th in car 70, from Alex Wilkinson Hughes in P8. The car 101 will start from that 8th position. Then we have on row 5 in P9 Drew Fletcher and Nicholas Stott. And in 11th, Gary Smith and Rich Cooper will start in 12th place. Then towards the back of the grid, we will have Raymond Worley and Judy Worley, father and daughter, taking part in the race in cars 40 and 20 respectively. And a further row back will be our NA Mark I's of Liam Cochran and Brian Chandler. To start the proceedings. So a really intriguing race, a 20-minute race awaits us here for the Mazda Miata Trophy. Like I say, this is the first year of proceedings, and you can catch up on the previous race on the MSVT channel. But for now, we look forward to seeing how this race progresses. It is going to be John Langridge, Declan Lee. John Langridge on the inside entry. They're similar colour schemes, but white bonnet and boot for John Langridge. And then the 2 blue entries of car 195, Jack Sycamore and Simon Fleet on row 2. Let's look to get underway as we build up for the lights, the revs build. And it's dropped the clutch and go away from the start. A very even start from the first 2 rows, but Dan Parent-Smith squeezing up the inside, trying to get in the middle, but he's having to bail the throttle on the way through that corner, through target, and hopping over the grass slightly is Declan Lee, who's going to launch one down the inside into the banking and claim that first position. Manages to make the overtake, but he's compromised on the exit. And as they come through Church Corner for the first time, it is Declan Lee who got ahead of John Langridge very easily, and it runs out wide though this time and kicks out a huge amount of dirt and dust. John Langridge very awake to that one, takes the inside line, but as soon as to become the outside line into Rocket in, Declan Lee might be able to hold on to position here because he'll have the apex side of the corner, and they'll go side by side through that. And as they enter towards Rocket out, they're still side by side. John Langridge on the inside for Peel Corner as they head towards finishing out this lap and the corkscrew for the first circulation. And there goes John Langridge claiming back that first position. It's back and forth at the top of the order, and it looks like Dan Parent-Smith managed to consolidate his starting position very healthily indeed. Down the hill through the corkscrew they go, and now John Langridge has managed to get a little bit of a gap to Declan Lee, who hops over the outside curb, certainly getting a little bit of understeer early on in this race, but converting that front row to first and second after the first lap. But Simon Fleet has gone up 1 position, managed to get past Sycamore. Dan Parent-Smith has dropped 1 place, and that has promoted Miller in car number 7 as they go through the order. But it looks like on the outside of the banking, one of the whiter liveried cars was struggling away, and it's nip and tuck very close here. That is Langridge defending, going into School Corner now, and it looks like Declan Lee looking for that inside line once again, and he's got further ahead. The front quarter of the car is absolutely ahead as they go into the Rocket in. He locks up the front left slightly, but just about manages to get the nose and the tail just ahead as they go into Rocket out. And Declan Lee collecting first position at this early stage of proceedings. Through Peel Corner they go, and looks like also just behind them Simon Fleet has got ahead of Sycamore and is staying there for now, but was having to defend slightly, and Declan Lee with the lead of the race, slight under rotation on the way through the corkscrew. See how light the cars get as they transfer the weight through that very difficult corner. I tell you, fighting very hard is Dan Parent-Smith and car number 70, the entry of Xavier Brook, as they try to go through target side by side, but Dan Parent-Smith claims that position and gets his original starting position back again as they head towards the banking again for the next lap, and Dan Parent-Smith ahead. At the head of the field, it is still Declan Lee leading them away from the from Church Corner, and the slower exiting car 55 of Simon Fleet is very much on the defensive, having to defend to the inside as they head towards Rocket in, but he's left the door slightly open, and there might be a look of a move heading in to the corner, but we will keep you updated on that one as car 70 is fighting hard here. That is Xavier, and was there any contact there as they go side by side with car 4? That is Nicholas Stott, who is trying to fight back, but a really good, well-fought battle here. And again, car 70, Xavier Brook really struggling to get that temperature back into the tyres, get the grip back in. But again, Declan Lee will finish out this second lap. And start the third as the leader, but only by half a second from John Langridge, from Sycamore and Fleet, and then Parent-Smith in 5th, Miller and Stott. Wilkinson Hughes getting ahead as well through the corner, ahead of Xavier Brook, who had a terrible lap there, dropping 2 positions. Then Cooper, Smith, Worley and Fletcher, Cochrane and Worley down in the lower orders at the moment. So Worley, car 14, has had some difficulties. That's Raymond Worley, who is having a So Judy Worley is the foot of the field right now, but hoping to get forward, to move forward. Too many Worleys for me to keep in touch with. Here is then Xavier Brook. I think he's having a problem with that car because he's on the defensive once again, struggling here. So car 101, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, looking for a way past once again. And they will continue to battle then down into Peel. That was the two rocket corners, and this is the Peel corner as they head through. So the slight gap building. So they come through the final corner once again, and Declan Lee still has a lead, but it's still only 0.4 of a second this time. Dan Parham-Smith, though, looking for an opportunity down into target corner. He will put the 55 car of Simon Fleet offline as he'll be compromised, but he'll have to go the long way round. Will Dan Parham-Smith? He's braking early, looking for a switchback or just the high line. I think it will be a switchback move. He's looking for a good exit here to be earlier on the throttle. Will tuck in behind Fleet to try and get a move done as they go through Church Corner. Dan Parham-Smith, the gap stretching slightly, but piling on the pressure now to try and move forward and gain a lot of experience. Just a 17-year-old Dan Parham-Smith, who is only in his second year of car racing, but is doing a very impressive job so far. Had a problem at the end of race 2 in Brands Hatch and gets lights up the rear axle there going through, and he's tried to put the Fleet offline, and he's managing to make that work, but he keeps ending up on the outside of the corners. He's going for the outside move around Peel. Will he be able to make this one work? He's actually losing time to the car behind as they head down towards the corkscrew once again. Will he manage to action a pass, but it's not quite there for him. Car number 7, Alex Miller, right on his tail now. So now Dan Parham-Smith turns attack into defence, unfortunately, as he's actually cost himself a couple of tenths there trying to make those moves and running offline. So deep into lap 5 with 13 minutes to go in the race. It is Lee from Langridge now out to 0.6 of a second, the biggest that gap has been so far. Sycamore on his own in 3rd position, and then Fleet, Parham-Smith and Miller you can see on screen, and soon to be caught by Nicola Scott as well. So we have Simon Fleet with a better exit this time. Dan Parham-Smith just rebuilding his attempt to overtake. And it's getting very tight and tricky. We've also got Alex Wilkinson Hughes fighting with Xavier Brook, who's picked up a pace a little bit, but is still very much on the defensive through this next lap. That is looking for the multiple different lines into rocket in and rocket out for Parham-Smith, as he looks to find some momentum against Simon Fleet ahead in the 55 blue and pink liveried NC Mark III. Declan Lee losing a little bit of time, it seems, at least to my eyes, through the corkscrew that time round. But Dan Parham-Smith right with the entry of Simon Fleet. In fact, Parham-Smith going for the move down the inside into the final corner. He's about halfway along, and he couldn't quite get it done, but he's as close as he's ever been here as they head through target. He's not going offline this time. You couldn't even see Dan Parham-Smith. He was so close behind Simon Fleet that time as they went into target. But Parham-Smith then looking for the high line around the outside once again. Is he? He's still trying to find a better exit line. That's not going to cut it this time round. But it's so much pressure on Simon Fleet. And I wonder if that pressure will start to pay, or will both drivers start to chew through their tyres too early. Dan Parham-Smith just looking for that move, looking for the best opportunity, and he gains hugely going through School Corner and up the hill towards Rocket Inn. He's got a really good overlap, much more top speed going through School. Again, looking for the outside line, looking for the switchback this time. It's no good running on the outside if you never actually end up with getting the overlap. But now looking for a big braking manoeuvre going into the Peel corner, and it looks like Dan Parham-Smith has secured that position. Really good. It took a long time to get there, but when he got there, it was a great move going into Peel. Brilliant stuff from Dan Parham-Smith, who promotes himself into provisional 4th position, and then quickly taking no need for a second invitation is Miller, Alex Miller, who gets himself through as well. So once the dam was burst of Simon Fleet's defence, it was as if Alex Miller could just walk his way through. But Dan Parent-Smith already managing to unlock some good pace here at this stage of the race. This is the battle then for fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh on screen right now. But Lee still leads the race by just half a second from Langridge. Oh, big sideways moment for car number 7. That is Alex Miller just getting very lively. Didn't seem to lose any time, so we might consider that as a nice line through the corner. It looks like Fleet might have cooked his tyres a bit because he's now defending from car 4. That's Nicholas Scott, who's trying to make a move into the inside. Just about. That was very, very sideways from him, but decisive move nonetheless. Another pink, blue, and but with a black tail livery on car number 4 for Nicholas Scott. Stott, and he completed that move very nicely indeed. Well, it's away from the final corner. Then are your leaders? It's Declan Lee from John Langridge. In the middle, kind of on his own here, is Jack Sycamore, and then we have Dan Parent-Smith in the 73 white entry, with Alex Miller now close behind, but not too close, as Simon Fleet looks to try and recover from what has been a fairly crushing last few laps. Still close battles throughout the field, and Cochrane currently leads is alone on the NA class, so he just needs to keep circulating to try and make this one a very profitable trip all the way here to Anglesey. Again, Dan Parent-Smith now catching Sycamore in third position, but just putting a lap on a car at the moment. But he is starting to build some pace. Fastest lap is currently holding with your leader, Declan Lee, a 1:20.265 with 8 minutes on our race time clock. Here are your two leaders then. They've been together the whole race. They've swapped round, especially on that first lap. It was a really good battle between the two of them, and John Langridge might just be biding his time here. He managed a very successful Brands Hatch weekend, but a great exit out of the final corner for Langridge, looking for a strong positive line through target, and you can see he's got grip to spare. Declan Lee constantly suffering understeer, always on the exit curbs, but just greedy for that minimum top speed to be as high as possible through the corners, and he's running out wide, losing a little bit, and is that a hint of a small weave on the way through as they head towards Church Corner once again, as John Langridge is tucked right in behind Declan Lee and catching, but not able to get the overlap. Moving around in the mirrors as they head up the hill towards Rocket Inn, doing his best to put off Declan Lee, who is defending on the inside line, but always with the ability to put the power down that crucial half a second earlier. Well, it's now down to, when they crossed the line, it was down to a quarter of a second between the two leaders here. I can tell you, he still has the fastest lap, Declan Lee, but I think that might be under threat soon. He's taking a very different line coming through the corkscrew than John Langridge. This is partially in defence here, I think. That's the RC graphics entry on screen of Rich Cooper with the blue tail. Just fighting at the moment for over 10th place in front of him. That is Gary Smith ahead of Rich Cooper. Again with your leaders, Dan Parent-Smith, who's currently in 4th position. Well, there's a big gap through to between 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Very large gaps indeed. There we have Fletcher moving around in the mirrors of Worley Senior, Raymond Worley here in the number 40, white with yellow accents entry, and very much on the defensive. Can't seem to make a move, and it looks like despite the fact that his daughter Judy is on the tail of them, that she has already been put down a lap. Oh, big moment for John Langridge on the way out of the final corner. He uncharacteristically getting very lively at the rear as they headed through the final corner, but still nose to tail, and there you can see how close it's getting at the front. Things are getting a little bit impatient now for John Langridge. It's time to make the move with just under 5 minutes to go on our race. As they continue to have close battles throughout the grid. Smith defending from Cooper, Worley and Fletcher, and Fletcher getting past Worley that time round. So Raymond Worley getting deposed by one position, and his daughter just following through a lap down at the moment. This is the battle for the lead. John Langridge down the inside, going for it. They will switch back into Rocket out. Declan Lee really on the throttle, looking for a way, but he knows if he can just stay with him, he'll have the inside line into Peel. They'll need to close the door. He brakes much later going into Peel. Maybe John Langridge, though, setting him up for a switchback, but continuing this close, hard-fought battle at the lead of the race in this race 3 of the championship. This is Declan Lee defending hard and fair so far from John Langridge as they then approach the final corner once again. 3 minutes 43 on the clock, and that will feel like an incredibly long 3 minutes 43 to Declan Lee. Third and fourth places look fairly secure at the moment for Sycamore and Parran Smith, but it could be anyone's for fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth. We'll focus on the lead though as it's getting close to the end of our race. It is now just 3 minutes to go as we have Declan Lee continuing this staunch defence. Again, having to lift at least through church and then through school, but all the way through up to the Rocket Inn. It looked like John Langridge was catching, and he's gone for the move. He's gone down, deep down. Declan Lee braking very late. They're both of them very close to the edge of the track, but they both outbraked themselves and each other through there, but it didn't quite make the move. John Langridge is going for the inside move, this time into Peel. It's the reverse of the previous lap. Can he brake as late as Declan Lee? No, he can't. Declan Lee absolutely dancing on the limit on the way through. A little bit of corrective steering going on, but Declan Lee still defending hard. John Langridge right on his tail, and a massive move into the corkscrew. Declan Lee is tucked on the inside. He's going to hold on through the final corner, but he'll be compromised unless he parks it on the apex. And now John Langridge looking for another side-by-side move. They've been locked together this whole half a lap here, and they continue into the next one. John Langridge has got the inside line as a target, but the next long right-hander will be the banking corner, and Declan Lee continues to hold off. A 1 minute 20.265. They're nowhere near that pace now as they fight and battle this hard. That's the fastest lap for Declan Lee. And again, John Langridge has the inside line as they go through Church Corner. It looks like he'll have a good run here, but Declan Lee, aware of the fact that the next big stop, he'll need to be on the inside, and he's on the correct side of the track for the big stop into Rocket Inn, and they get so close. Declan Lee heavy on the brakes once again. A big lockup from him, and nothing that John Langridge can do to pass him as he goes through at that point. Very good defending and attacking from both of them, just balancing, dancing around on the axles as they head then towards the corkscrew. This is where John Langridge went for a real surprise move down the inside on the previous lap, but it wasn't to be this one. No, it is to be. He's going for it again. It's all over the apex of the corner. This is going to be the start of the final lap now, and we have a race-long battle for the first position. Fantastic stuff here for the Miata Trophy. Much closer racing at the start, at the head of the field than we had at Brands Hatch, and then again Declan Lee characteristically over the exit curb, using every inch possible, but he puts a wheel on the grass. He's stuck on the outside, and it's getting very excited up here at the commentary box, and my race director is enjoying this an awful lot as well. but Declan Lee just hanging on. How much longer can he hold on for? And he goes wide once again. Lee leaves the inside line. It's the inside for this corner, but he's drifting across the middle of the track. He's got every right to claim whatever line he wants to, but John Langridge will have a look into Rocket Inn. Heavy on the brakes, but Declan Lee still the heavier of the two breakers. They almost can touch each other's wing mirrors. Declan Lee still with the correct side of the track for the longer corners, the longer right-handers, and he's going to have to be very defensive on the way into the corkscrew, because we know John Langridge likes a move into there. He's drifting out wide so that he can be in the right position. Declan Lee, short squirt down towards the corkscrew once again. And will there be a move? Absolutely. You bet your bottom dollar John's going to go for it. But Declan Lee will have the inside line coming through the final corner. Will he park it on the line? They're going to be side by side as they cross the line, and Declan Lee wins against John Langridge. Fantastic racing all race long. I'm so glad there's a lunch break after this, because my voice isn't going to hold up to that kind of treatment. But a great third place for Sycamore as well. Jack Sycamore securing third place. Dan Parent-Smith in fourth, very much on their own. And then comes Alex Miller in fifth. Stott, Fleet and Brook, your top eight. We'll confirm those results for you as we finish it off. Fastest lap did go to Declan Lee from very, very early on, because they were costing each other so much time as they went through the order. It looks like Cooper lost a bunch of places on that final lap, unfortunately, down to 13th position, promoting Fletcher and Worley. But hats off to Declan Lee and John Langridge for a terrific battle. I think there'll be a shake of hands after that one. A really, really hard fought and very cleanly fought race between the two of them. Fantastic stuff. He's using the horn as well, I can hear. So that they're so close to stock, these cars, that the horns are still working. But Declan Lee, hand up, out of the roll hoop. Really enjoying that race, absolutely. And Cochrane did bring the car home in the NA class to obviously secure the win and the full points on offer for him. But then the winner on his way into the pit lane, and a fantastic Miata Trophy first race of the day. There'll be more of that to come as the last race today as well, but if that one was anything to go by, we had a tremendous finish. That was Lee then finishing from Langridge, 1/10 of a second the gap at the end. They were side by side as they crossed the line. Then comes Sycamore and Parent-Smith. Miller in fifth, Stott in sixth. We have Fleet and Brook 7th and 8th, and then Wilkinson, Hughes and Smith in 10th position, some half a minute down in the end from first to 10th place. Couldn't have asked for a better race at the front though. And then finishing off your 15 car finishers, Fletcher, Raymond Worley, Rich Cooper, Cochrane, and then Judy Worley, who finished the race there in last position, but will pick up points nonetheless. Fastest lap went to Declan Lee, and he converted a second position on the grid into first place at the end with the fastest lap. So he'll be very pleased with that, and that will set the grid for the race still to come later on. But from us here at the Miata Trophy, we thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed rewatching that one again, and we will see you later on. Welcome everybody to the afternoon coverage here from the beautiful Anglesey Trackmon Coastal Circuit configuration. My name is Andy Webster, here to take you through the next race, which is the MSVT Track Day Championship. 25 drivers scheduled to appear today across the balanced Track Day Championship. 3 classes of racing, Class B, C and D, and heading the field from qualifying is the bright blue Lotus Elise, driven by Steve Summers, and alongside him the dark grey Lotus Elise, car number 13, driven by Jonathan Mee. It was a ding-dong battle in qualifying between the two of them. they're also looking across at each other. They know what it's about today, and they're ready to go and get underway. We've just had the 1 minute marker board. Looks like we're missing P3 from the grid. That is Alan Bull, sadly, who has not managed to make the start. So hopefully we will see him in the coverage tomorrow. But away from the grid they go on their warm-up lap now. Big mix of cars and performance here, but they are all balanced by groupings of horsepower to weight ratio. So we look forward to seeing how all the different makes and manufacturers and bright colour schemes all work their way out through this one. And I will go through the grid for you very shortly. But looking to get underway, it will be Steve Summers on pole, and next to him Jonathan Mee in car number 13. The two Elises are right at the lead. No Alan Bull, sadly, on the grid, but Adrian Pottinger will start in P4 on his own in the Renault. Then comes Mick Presland, McHugh in P6 in car 39, and then Stuart Donovan and Ben Grucock on row 4. On row 5, we've got Kelsey and Jack Kemp, followed by on row 6 Dave Connell and John Line. John Line in the BMW there. Then we've got 666 entry on row 7 in 13th of Baxter or Howells, depending on who's starting, and then Wayne Cockrell in 14th position in car number 21 in the Toyota Celica. Then we've got Wright in P3 and Chris Reed in P15. Chris Reed in P16 in the car number 114 in the Mini. Then we've got on row 9 John Dundee in car 68. In 17th place with one of the Burnhams, either J or R, in car 25 in the Ford. Then we've got Dean Hyde, Hornigold entry, Colin Wells, Hart or Evans, McGeechan, Lower or Long, and Gibson Rigg, who will finish out our grid, but we're almost under starters orders. Getting ready now as the tail of the grid formulate and get themselves into position. A 45-minute race here, and I think we have a pit stop for driver change with a minimum stop time to accommodate driver changes or lack thereof, but just to equalise everything, and the pit window will be open at roughly half distance, of course. Waiting for the green flag at the tail. The green flag has been waved, and we're under starters orders. Remember, this is Steve Summers on the inside on the bright blue Lotus Elise, from Jonathan Mee on the outside in the dark grey Elise, and the Renault Clio away front, but Steve Summers with a very, very quick starting car. Mick Presland managing to get straight up into P2, and a little bit of a touch there, I think, potentially for Jonathan Mee, who is trying to move himself around and find some position on the track. So we go Lotus Elise to Presland in 7th, and then it's the Caterham actually of Ben Grucock, who's currently in 3rd position. But like a scolded cat goes Steve Summers away from the rest of the grid right now, and trailed by Mick Presland with a dramatic and fantastic start as the two hot hatches fight hard going through the school corner, and the Caterham looking pretty slow as he gets absolutely mullered into Rocket Inn. The door is open. A big stop there from Jonathan Mee, trying to find some room on the racetrack, and he's struggling for grip. He's struggling for brake temperature, and he's caused a massive hold-up behind him. But thankfully, everybody managing to avoid significant or race-ending contact as they head through, and then down we go into towards the corkscrew after Peel, as the cars are currently heading through Peel right now. But down into the corkscrew and out again is already Steve Summers, who will lead them away at the start of lap 2 from Mick Presland as they cross the line. Mick Presland gaining 3 positions, but already Jonathan Mee hot on the heels of McHugh Heslop as they head through the target corner for the first time at racing speed, full racing speed at least. And it is Summers and Presland. Still Jonathan Mee trying to get past that McHugh Heslop Honda Civic Type R, and not quite able to make the move just yet, but looking very, very racy. He's desperate to get it back on terms here and not let Steve Summers get away too far and too fast. The top speed of the Lotus looking really good as they go side by side towards School Corner. He might have caught him too early before the Rocket In corner. Kicks a little wheel up on the dirt. A lock up from the Honda as well. So both cars pushing incredibly hard. But McHugh Heslop are currently staying ahead of the Jonathan Mee Lotus Elise, but it looks like it's only a matter of time, and down into Peel Corner goes Jonathan Mee to secure third place for now, at very least, as we see the other cars filing through this tricky corner that leads into an incredibly difficult complex of the corkscrew and the final turn. But like I say, Summers in the lead of the race from Presland, and then McHugh Heslop lost the place there to Jonathan Mee on that run. And as we go through the rest of the order, Grucock, Pottinger, Line, Kelsey, Donovan, Kemp, Connell, Cockrell, Wright, Glover, Baxter, Howells, Hyde, Reed and the Burnhams in the 17. Burnham just getting a position through and past as the MX-5 tries to have a look underneath the BMW into the banking. That's not an easy place to make the move, but it's looking pretty good for Connell versus the BMW of Line. I think no, it's Kelsey versus Line here. Kelsey trying to get away, but the top speed of the BMW just too strong for the MX-5 at this point. And the MX-5 is also caught offline, and the Celica trying to sneak a move into Rocket In, and someone's getting it very wrong. That is car number 12, just outbraking himself, taking a shortcut around the circuit, have to find his way back in. That's the Kemp Harvey Renault Clio entry, and he manages to keep the car moving and running, but he'll find himself a good position to feed back in the middle of the Peel Corner as the MX-5 of Kelsey Sycamore tries to make the move on the BMW of Line Sycamore as they get into the corners where the BMW is going to be significantly slower through those corners. As towards the front, we can also see we've got Jonathan Mee catching that second place Lotus Elise entry of Mick Presland. He's in the S2 versus the S1 of Jonathan Mee, who was obviously quicker through qualifying, but having to break into Church Corner, which clearly Jonathan Mee wasn't prepared to break into either. So kind of caught off guard a little bit there, and he'll be wise to that next time round. He'll plot a line through Church that allows him to keep the foot down, or at least not press the brake at all. A little battle going on into School Corner. The BMW has been passed by the MX-5. The MX-5 of Kelsey Sycamore has made the move, and now Donovan in the Celica is also trying to make a move past that BMW as well, but still in the lead of the race as we go side by side once again for this second position. This is looking good for the number 13, who's finally managed to get himself back where he started, but he's going to find himself a very long way back from the lead of the race, Steve Summers. That gap now is 6.8 seconds with 40 minutes to go. So after 5 minutes, he's lost out 6.8 seconds thanks to a poor start and a poor getaway. But making ground, and we'll keep an eye on those times. Fastest lap currently is with your leader, Steve Summers, on the 1:17.908. A good second faster than Jonathan Mee has managed to go so far as he works his way through slower qualifying cars currently. Very busy down into the banking as we go through into this lap 4. Little kick of that dust from an earlier race that was laid down. As some drivers attack the apex as much as possible. So the hot hatches all together, but here's the MX-5 that managed to conquer that BMW, losing that top speed once again as they head up towards Rocket In. And then we've got side by side, is that Donovan in car 11? It's not Donovan. In car 21, it's Cockrell, who is trying to defend a move going on into Rocket In. That continues through into Rocket Out, and again another one of the Lotus Elise is trying to move forward as well. This circuit obviously really suiting the Lotus Elise entries no end. But that time, that lap from Jonathan Mee was a personal best, 1:18.1, and it was 0.4 of a second faster than Steve Summers. There's plenty of time to make up for a bad start in this longer race. So fighting hard into and out of the final corner in the midfield right now. I can tell you that in the B class are the top 6 positions. Then we've got the MX5 leading the D class of Kelsey Sycamore. Donovan leading the C class with himself and Cockrell nose to tail currently. But race lead overall stays with Steve Summers, and he's still circulating very quickly indeed. Looking, there's the Caterham at the front of the field as well, looking pretty on the defensive here. It's not suiting this circuit at all well for the Caterham. Bit of a moving roadblock occasionally. And the BMW having a look down from the Kelsey Sycamore MX5. They're overlapping, underlapping one another. The MX5 now put out of position and losing out, and then potentially going to lose another place to the Toyota Celica. This is a different Celica though, second in class, car 21, the Cockerell entry, leading 10th position backwards. But this is the very, very busy section of the race order, where this Class D Celica qualifying better than the cars behind it, but frankly looks like it's only a matter of time before somebody gets past. Donovan still leading that Class C position, and Kelsey just confirming that line got past Kelsey Sycamore. Timeout. You can see all that dust laid down from an incident earlier on in the day. One of the first races that we actually had left a huge amount of fluid, and slowly but surely the cars are clearing off that dust. We're having a look then at the Clios and the Fiestas fighting here. See car 334, who wasn't able to take part in practice, has managed to fulfill the criteria today and get himself on track, but currently at the tail of the field with just Gibson Rig behind. That's lower long, and Gibson Rig just behind them in the Ginetta G40. So lap 6 for the majority of the field. Steve Summers has actually crossed the line into lap 7 already, and Connell in the MX5 looking for a way past the Toyota Celica. A bit of a JDM battle going on here for best of the Japanese manufacturer honours. Currently, though, that is led by the Kelsey Sycamore 195. This is the Scuderia Dave entry, the second MX5 in the order on the screen right now, as there goes line, followed by Donovan, followed by Kelsey Sycamore, who's falling backwards at the moment a little bit. Just to keep you updated on the front of the field, that last lap, Jonathan Mee pipped Steve Summers by 0.2 of a second. It's probably not sufficient to really make Steve Summers start doubting himself. So a lap going on the Ginetta at the moment, who's obviously still learning the circuit and still learning their craft a little bit here. But that's what Track Day Championship is all about: is arrive and drive and have a good time doing it for a very affordable amount of investment. So continuing then with the battle with the Celica. Now we've got the Caterham versus the Honda Civic Type R. The Caterham looking really good through Peel, and the Civic trying to hold on as they approach the corkscrew. Looking really good there. Well handled the Team Ribera car as the Caterham then goes for a move down the inside. We'll be hoping he's found some grip through the final corner, and he did. But that just brings the Celica, brings the Clio, the number 89 of Pottinger Polk, right into the mix. So Pottinger Polk following behind the Grucock Caterham 7, and now Grucock turning attack, unfortunately into defence, as Pottinger Polk is hot on his heels. But a kick up of dust, and that's going to hurt the Caterham driver more than anybody else, because that's going straight in the visor, rather than the windscreen of the rest of the field. So as they run through the run out of the banking, through church, through school, and up towards Rocket Inn, looks like the Caterham getting a little bit of breathing room now and braking heavily into Rocket In, and there's a black and orange flag out there. I'm not sure which car that is for. I haven't seen a car with bits hanging off it on my view, but I don't actually have that indication. I can see that cars 30 and 32 have no working transponders, and I wonder if that is what it's for. But we shall see. I can't, as I say, I can't see the race number from my commentary position right now. Here comes the Caterham going for another move if possible. He really likes that inside line into the final corner, but I think that's losing him an awful lot of traction coming out of that final corner. He's moving around in the mirrors on the approach to target, but no way through just yet as the Team Ribera Honda Civic Type R looking very well poised on the track at the moment, managing to now going for the long high lane around the banking and making it work for him. He's just about holding on to the racetrack and the steering as he goes across that exit curve. There's a move from the BMW E30 on the Ginetta G40. That's a lap being put on. Car 666 I can see in the pits at the moment, unfortunately. There you can see. So falling back down the order, that's the Baxter Howells Renault Clio 200. There's a jack going up underneath the car as well, so they're clearly having to pay some attention to the front axle on the left side. This is Donovan leading the Class C field at the moment. He's got a car between himself and the next Class C second place Kemp Harvey Clio. That is the Anglesey Sycamore Mazda MX-5 in between himself and his nearest rival in class. But showing very well for Class C is Donovan in the Celica. That ran very nicely in qualifying, and it looks like it wasn't a flash in the pan. They've actually managed to keep a fair amount of momentum going there very nicely indeed. So just to update you, you can see some adjustments, maybe a track rod or something being inspected, certainly underneath the wheel, and they've got several people lying underneath the car, under the jack, so putting a lot of faith in the jack raise that was performed there, and let's hope everything is okay and they can get back out on track and get out there and enjoy this track day championship. But at the moment it's car 21, which is Cockrell in the third in class in Class C. Just holding off here for now the Wright Glover Ford Fiesta and the Connell Mazda MX-5, who through the corners, the MX-5 just absolutely beautifully balanced, but unfortunately losing out as we get to the top end of the top speed, heading through the school corner that they're heading through right now. And that, of course, means that there's a larger distance to the braking zone for Rocket In as they brake heavily now. In fact, the Mazda looking for a little bit of room on the outside of the corner. He kind of ran out of room there slightly, and big defence going on. The 38 Wright Glover Ford Fiesta. I'm not sure where else you would see an MX-5 fighting a Ford Fiesta quite so hard, except perhaps on the public roads around the Evo Triangle, as I was enjoying earlier on in the week. But heading now down towards the corkscrew we go. Looking great on track. There's a few dinks and dents in the Fiesta. It's obviously I don't think that's happened this race. I think that's just battle wounds. And actually the Fiesta on the impetus here and looking for a way past the Celica as they go down the start-finish straight and through turn 1 target corner for the 11th time of asking. Heavy braking into the banking corner. Celica very slow coming out though, possibly even missed a gear, and that means 2 places down, unfortunately for Cockrell, losing out to Wright Glover and to Connell, and down the order they go. At the head of the field, Steve Summers still in the lead of this race by 3.8 seconds to Jonathan Mee. Behind them, Presland and McHugh Heslop, and then Grucock, Pottinger Polk, Line, Donovan, Anglesey Sycamore, Kemp Harvey, Cockrell, and Wright Glover, or is it actually going to be Connell as he gets the MX-5 around the Celica, around the long way round Rocket out. The Celica holding on to that racing line, come towards Peel corner now, the right-hander, which increases in radius, so it's tighter on the entry and wider on the exit. not physically, of course. This circuit is a consistent 12 meters wide, but I think you know what I mean in terms of the racing line and how they work out. Here is the Caterham, who's just managed to put an overtake finally on the Podge&Polk Renault Clio. So found a way through, and it took several laps there. But Podge&Polk not content to let this one go, and going for a move down the outside here of Rocket Inn. It's very difficult to make the move stick through there, but keeping it clean and tidy nonetheless. We're under half an hour to go. Connell is in the pits. I don't know if this is a scheduled driver change or a scheduled stop at least. I think only the two surname entries will actually driver change. This does look scheduled. There's opening the driver door there just to keep himself a little bit cooler. There is one of the only Mark IV MX-5 in the paddock this weekend, and he's getting plenty of running and practice around this Anglesey coastal circuit. But currently circulating a little bit down the order at the moment. That's the Wells MX-5, if I'm not mistaken. This is Jonathan Mee then, still trying to catch the leader. He did put in a good lap, last lap of 1:19.460, and that was a good half a second faster than our leader Steve Summers. So the gap has dropped to 3.3 seconds at the lead of the race. This is Line defending in the BMW from car number 12. The Kemp Harvey, no, just bear with me. The BMW E30 of David Hyde, gorgeous looking machine, just having its pressures checked and getting ready to get going. And the 97 MX-5 is being pushed out. Not 1997, but that's the 112 of Donovan, class leader of Class C, behind Line, who is currently 7th in Class B. So locking up the rear axle, they're heading through Peel. So we have a short little straight before we enter the corkscrew, and I think the Celica is trying to find a way through. Tail getting a little bit happy on the BMW for now. And again, I think the rears have really gone off, and the MX-5 is going for a late lunge into the final corner. Doesn't quite make it, but the Celica staying ahead, and obviously both getting ahead of John Line, who pits for his scheduled stop now. 25 minutes to go out of the 45 minutes race duration. So here comes the BMW into the pits, the Tyler Motorsport dark blue entry. And he's just having those pressures checked once again, and just cool down. Say minimum pit stop time for our drivers who are not changing driver pairings, but just that driver swap, enabling the motorsports to be all that more affordable if you can find a friend to co-fund your racing activity. Once again, then the Team Ribera still holding off the Grucott Caterham. For now, as 124 pits, 124 is Hornigold in the MGZR. Don't see a lot of MGs racing reliably for a long period, but this one is certainly doing very well. I think the Caterham has just pitted as well, just easing the pressure on the back of the Team Ribera Honda Civic Type R of McHugh and Heslop. So going through the banking now, the Civic holding off Podge&Polk's Clio, and you can see actually a drink going on for the Caterham, who should be cool enough with the wind chill thanks to lack of windscreen. Oh, he's got a tiny little mini windscreen, hasn't he? A little wind deflector. But yeah, just keeping himself hydrated. It is a bright, sunny day. It's not bakingly hot, but I'm sure it's hot when you're working the wheel under full Nomex gear, of course. And the 666 back in the pits again for the scheduled stop this time and a driver change. 666 entry. That's Baxter Howells. So either Baxter or Howells going in or going out, depending on what. But their overalls very similar and helmet combinations, so very difficult for us to judge which one is which. See, they've got a wing mirror adjustment there, 666. The left-hand mirror was folded flat, so I wonder if that's been actioned by contact earlier on in the race. There's a little bit of communication between drivers, as you would fully expect. And car 23, the E. Oh, nice work from our E30 there, just getting the tail out after the pit stop with colder tyres. Just leaning on the rear axle and getting style points from this commentator at very least. But we continue into the banking once again. This is Pottinger Polk still chasing down our McHugh Heslop Honda Civic Type R, and these two have been locked in battle for a significant number of laps. Summers, though, still leads the race, and he's got the fastest lap at the moment, but the gap has dropped slightly to 3.4 seconds, and let's see what happens after the pit stop, whether that changes the handling and the balance of the car as the Ginetta does a driver change. That's the Gibson Rig entry. The pit window is obviously confirmed to be open, and I'll let you know when the pit window has officially closed. But so far, all the pit stops happening as scheduled and without too much drama. We've still got a couple of cars receiving some attention in the pits, but nothing too dramatic. The 334 might be having the rears changed. Might have a slow puncture, in fact. There's the 33 Ginetta. It's been at the tail of the field, but it does look quick, doesn't it, even sitting still. And then you see a wheel change happening on the car in front of it. In the pits, there is the 334 BMW. But into the pits then comes that Honda Civic Type R. So finally, Pottinger Polk can have a little bit of breathing room, get a lap or two at racing speed and try and do an overcut here because I think they felt perhaps a little bit held up at that point. But Steve Summers still leading this race, hasn't pitted yet, and neither has Jonathan Mee at the front of the field. But Steve Summers having a really nice run here. He's going down the corkscrew as we speak, and issues the pit lane once again, stays wide, so does Jonathan Mee, but actually that gap has closed significantly as they go through the start-finish line this time. The gap down to 2.4 seconds. Steve Summers having a dickens of a time passing that Toyota Celica, and I wonder if Jonathan Mee will have any easier of time of it at all as they approach the banking this time. There is the 39 entry solo Honda Civic Type R of McHugh Heslop. Entry just in the pits, enjoying their breather. Jonathan Mee has passed the Celica coming out of Church Corner, and again the E30 of Hyde is still really lighting up those rears. Obviously having a lot of fun out there. He is currently down in 23rd position overall, but still having a great day's track action and racing. Just battling his own rear grip limitations as they go through the corners. Car 25, the Burnhams have pitted as well, and McHugh Hislop has been released to get going shortly. That was a nice little interchange there. The Elise versus the MX-5 of car 97. That was Connell being passed by a faster moving car further up the order. Still, no pit stop from the lead by Steve Summers, and there's no reason to pit either because they don't have a driver change to split the race in half, but it's 19 minutes 45 to go. We're past halfway distance. A little tap on the shoulder to the mechanic who's working hard to change the tyre there on the 334 BMW. That has had a very limited track running this weekend so far, and currently riding in 21st position, 9th in Class D as well. And we return to Celica versus Honda here, as the Honda managing to get a really good run through School and up into Rocket Inn. That's a blind entry, big stop. Possibly, I think the biggest lean on the brakes, certainly in across this Anglesey coastal circuit configuration. And again, out of position. Now the Caterham getting past the Fiesta. that gap at the lead then. Summers still leads, but by 2.8 seconds. And he managed to get a much more representative lap in that time out. So it looked to just have been passing the traffic that caused the problem. Jonathan Mee, I see, is in the pits, as is Steve Summers on the same lap. So they'll be monitoring each other. And with that minimum pit stop time, Jonathan Mee will feel like the longest 2.8 seconds possible when Steve Summers gets away from the pit position. So they are in, and those are your two leaders then. So we may well see the Lotus Elise S2 of Presland take the lead, unless he manages to pit this time round. He was a fair distance down, but I don't think he was a full pit stop distance down from the head two of the field. So there we have Cockerell's Salika, second in Class C. Currently, just a word to the wise with his teammates, his engineers, and there are the two leaders in reverse order visually, waiting in the pit stops for their release time, waiting to get underway. So we're waiting to see whether Presland decides to pit in the Elise S2 with the smaller spoiler, that is, or whether he will take the lead temporarily. That's Mick Presland, who had an absolutely brilliant start, got himself up to second position, but slowly but surely has been overtaken by the faster Jonathan Mee. Today, at least, we shall see how that runs later on in the weekend. So the 334, after a rear tyre change, back on track and back circulating, is now having to try and hunt down the car in front, and the leader has been released from its minimum pit stop time. These are all closely monitored by race control, of course, so any infractions will be dished out. It is a fully sunny and dry day here at the beautiful Anglesey circuit. It is very still in the air, and couldn't ask for better conditions to really enjoy this track day championship. As Presland did take the lead temporarily until he pits. He's managed to clear that one, but I'm sure we'll be heading on into the pits very shortly. There is the MX-5 Mark IV getting in, and that's very close between the Caterham and the Honda Civic Type R. The Caterham, after that little pause and stationary time in the pits, making much lighter work this time of the entry there, the Honda Civic Type R. So Grucock getting past McHugh Heslop entry very, very nicely, and maybe a small adjustment at the pit stops, but has allowed him to move forward. And that is the beautiful Mark IV MX-5, the only one in the paddock who also has been guesting in the Miata Trophy this weekend. 334 BMW going down the inside, exploring the grip on the inside line through the banking. It doesn't look like the quickest way through because the Pottinger Polk entry unique racing team car has managed to get the undercut, and there we are, flapping the doors for some ventilation. It must be very, very warm in the seat of that car today, and yeah, very normal sight in the pit lane here. Pottinger Polk then, car number 89, currently in fourth place in overall and in its class, and the pit window has officially closed. So the pit stop must have been served or being served right now, and Presland, I must imagine, has to be coming in because he has yet to pit. Mick Presland, he is still in the lead of this race temporarily, I imagine, but he may have left it too late. The pit window has been closed. Oh, there he is in the pits. So we're just waiting now for the runner, the front two to pit, and he may have left it right to the very wire, if not over the line here, Mick Presland. But that means that Summers and Mee will obviously overtake him as the Mark IV MX-5 comes out of the pits, and car number 29 says, don't have any thoughts about staying in front of me for a fair while you warm up your tyres. Pottinger Polk also clearing the MX-5 Mark IV ND as well. So obviously struggling to get those tyres up to temperature at the moment, and as they come through to retake or to start, I should say, lap 22 I think that should mean now that at very least Summers and me are back in front of the race as we wait for Breslin to come out and see where he feeds back in relative to Pottinger Polk's Renault Clio 89 car, the white Unique Racing Renault Clio. Again, another car doing double duty this weekend is that MX-5. It's clearly running very nicely, not the purple one, but the blue and pink one. That's also featured in our Miata Trophy earlier on, just getting plenty of track time and experience. And Ella Caterham of Grucock is looking for a way to clear the ND Mark IV MX-5, and trying and struggling at the moment in terms of cornering. The MX-5 will be a near match, but by then he manages to get through target and continue his hunt down of Pottinger Polk. The gap between those two just down to 2 seconds now. Pottinger Polk is some 51.2 seconds away from the Jonathan Mee and Steve Summers battle, which is now out to 9.2 seconds after the pit stop. So again, Steve Summers' start of his stints has been absolutely electric, distancing the identical machine of Jonathan Mee, as identical as it gets, I think, really, in this series. And he's managed to get himself well ahead there, and now you can see Jonathan Mee coming through. I can see at least Jonathan Mee coming through Church Corner and having a hell of a time trying to get past all these back markers who he's rejoined right in the midst of. But continuing the Caterham's somewhat fluctuating pace, shall we say. He's been sometimes on the heels of the Pottinger Polk and then sometimes struggling. But there is Jonathan Mee, and that was a very, very busy traffic moment for him. And is that front end of the Lotus Elise looking a little bit worse for wear, I wonder? The BMW has come off, and I wasn't sure if it was grass caught in the air intake at the front of the Elise, or whether we actually have a dented car on our hands. Well, both of them are off at the Rocket Inn section. The Tyler entry of David Line, that does look in worse for wear, doesn't it? It looks like we've lost the headlight shroud, and we've chewed up the front right of Jonathan Mee's car. That could be second place, going begging. And Mick Breslin will be promoted, and obviously the rest of the field, with the exception of Steve Summers. So a problem there for Jonathan Mee. Didn't catch exactly what went down with him, but suffice to say, it was bad enough for him to be out of the race for now, and that car looking very, very poor condition on the infield. Hopefully we'll be able to deal with that with yellow flags, but obviously I'll let you know if anything changes. We have 10.5 minutes to go of this relative endurance race compared to what else we've been enjoying so far today. This is Pottinger Polk, who will quickly and shortly pass Jonathan Mee's stricken car and get up onto the provisional podium. But close attention behind once again is the Caterham 7 of Grucock. And there's Jonathan Mee dropping down the order, and we will go for a safety car to clear Jonathan Mee's Lotus Elise S1, and that will provide a pause in the action. And the most disappointed person among the entire grid is going to be our leader, Steve Summers, who was enjoying a tremendous lead, and that will of course be cut right down. Well, 9 minutes 45 to go, and at the moment not going to be plain sailing towards the end. I do think that Steve Summers has the underlying pace, of course, to hold on to this potential win, but this is going to close our entire field up, and that will mean that we end up with a much closer run to the finish. Just 9.5 minutes to go. Depends how long it takes to rescue Jonathan Mee's car. It is stranded, and it did look a little bit low at the front, as well as all the bodywork being a little bit worse for wear. So we'll see as soon as we get pictures of Jonathan Mee's car. We'll keep track of progress, and there is our leader, Steve Summers, in the bright blue Lotus Elise, who has led this whole race so far. There you can see Jonathan Mee waiting, he's looking out, whether he's looking at the marshals or a recovery vehicle, or maybe he's looking out for that BMW that he had his accident with. Let's wait and see. Not entirely sure, but there is our mini safety car coming out, and we'll pick up Steve Summers to bring the field together to give the maximum amount of safe clearance zone. Actually, that 71 Tyler entry is also the driver out of the car. He's testing with his foot. He's testing his rear right, so it's clear where the two cars came together. But like I say, I can't make a comment as to any blame or anything. But both drivers, I'm sure, will be incredibly disappointed because they want to have hard and fair and fun racing. Unfortunately, sometimes things go a little bit awry. There seems to be some frantic pointing at the on the pit wall there for our leader, but I think all is well. Obviously, we have full yellows here for the safety car. So in terms of specification and how these classes are made up, the rules are actually pretty relaxed. It's a balance of power versus weight, and that is handled by arranging the cars in class order, and then you've got roughly 25 brake horsepower per ton range within that power to weight ratios within classes, and that means that we can achieve this close racing within class that we currently have enjoyed. At the moment, Donovan is leading Class C, and he's in 6th place overall as well. His next nearest rival in class is the Kemp Harvey Renault Clio. So it's clear to me that that the second Celica, who was running second in class for some time, has actually dropped down to 4th in class and 14 overall, the Cockerell Toyota Celica. In Class D, it's the Kelsey Sycamore and Mazda MX-5, the blue with purple ripple effects Mazda MX-5 car 195, who leads Class D. And he's got Wright Glover's Ford Fiesta in the same class as him, right behind him, certainly in the standings and presumably on track, unless there are any lapped runners in between. So the field is tightly compacted now. Hopefully that gives an opportunity for a recovery vehicle to come on. The clock has not stopped. The clock continues to run, and we're down to 6 minutes to go. And actually that David Line car 71, they've got him back running again, and he's limping back to the pits. Actually, that rear left does look a little bit askew. It appears to be towing out at the top of the tyre, and he'll manage to limp this one back to the pits, and hopefully can repair whatever has occurred and get himself back out for the next race in this championship. So the safety car, I haven't seen any progress of the recovery of the Jonathan Mee car just yet, unfortunately. But when we get restarted, it will be a real sprint. Just certainly fewer than 5 minutes remaining, and it will be Summers from Presland. Remember, Presland was brilliant away from the start, and I wonder, whether he might be able to action a restart similar. He will have a car in front of it, several cars in between himself and the leader, so it's unlikely that we'll have a battle for the lead. Lots of cars out of position. What we're looking for is car number 7, which is the black Elise with the orange stripes down the centre. That is our actual second place man, and I think there's some 8 or 9 cars in between himself and Steve Summers. So a very good position for Steve, unless they release the lap cars, which I'm not expecting to happen. But there does appear to still be recovery vehicles on the infield around the Rockets. We might get to have a look here as we follow the mini safety car. Well, there is a pickup truck, and we're actually having to do a similar rescue operation to what we saw earlier on, where you see all that fluid down in turn 1 with all the dust covering the fluid. Having to do a full 4-wheel pickup of the Lotus Elise, the stricken Lotus Elise of Jonathan Mee. I hope that's repairable. I really do. It'll be a crying shame to come all the way to Anglesey to only be able to perform sort of 2/3 of a race distance when you're expecting to do even more. We will expect to see the Track Day Championship again tomorrow, and that will be... No, forgive me. This is the only Track Day Championship race of the weekend. So I suppose all is not entirely lost, but they will be. This is a championship, so they will be fighting for points all the way. You get 30 points to win this race, 27 for second, 24, 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you get, obviously, one point for fastest lap, and then you get 5 points added for cars that you beat in class. So tremendous rewards for leading your class and leading above class, a class above you. So the me and line cars, I don't know if you'll get points for finishing ahead of cars that have retired. Probably not. But currently, Class Bs are leading the field, the first 5. But then you've got Donovan in the Toyota Celica, who does stand to gain bonus points for beating 2 Class D cars if things all work out. Well, the Jonathan Mee Lotus Elise is back on the trailer. We will have to wait for the trailer to get cleared and then wait for the safety car to come on into the pits. I don't know, as the safety car approaches School Corner and towards the final sector of the lap as they go up the hill towards Rocket. Obviously, he's slowing down to enable us to get going as soon as possible with just 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. It is going to be some achievement for us to get more than 1 racing lap left in this race. As you'll see the recovery vehicle, which will presumably have to wait till the field has passed it in order to drive back to the pits. So we will see if we can achieve a racing lap or 2 at the end of this one. As I mentioned earlier, Steve Summers should have a fairly easy job of it, as there's 8 or 9 lap vehicles between himself and Mick Preslin's other black Lotus Elise down in second place. Because all the gaps have been handled. I hope that everybody in and out of position manages to navigate the back markers. We were hearing earlier from Paul, who said in the driver briefing, lapped cars and slower cars were told to stay online and be passed offline. There was a little bit of gesticulation going on there between drivers from the E30, perhaps indicating that he was going to let the runner behind him pass around the right-hand side or something, but it wasn't particularly clear to me what he was gesticulating or trying to communicate to the driver behind him in the chain. Will the safety car be able to slow? I'm not entirely sure. It's trying its very, very best here to go slower than the recovery truck and the pickup behind him. Let's see if the safety car lights have gone off. Safety car will come in and we will go racing once again with just 40 seconds on the clock. So we'll hopefully get green flag to the end, and Steve Summers will take them away from to start what will be the start of the penultimate lap, perhaps. I will keep an eye though down here on the grid as into target the cars compress and a challenging one another. The bright green Fiesta certainly on the defensive now. Team Ribera sneaking one up the inside of the orange Fiesta entry, as well as we head through the first corner and then down into the banking. Passing happening because of the lapped runners. No real movement forward, no major movement forward from the second place Lotus Elise, as is now Preslin's entry. So unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have a fairly uncontested run to the flag for Steve Summers. The starter has got his checkered flag ready. I think we're about to finish this race as they head through the Rockets for the majority of the runners. Car 97 trying to go around the outside of Rocket out. Will he be able to go for a move onto the inside as the BMW out of position is moving himself clear through the corkscrew goes Steve Summers to bring the car down. Still the rear axle of that BMW looking really difficult, but Steve Summers will complete a brilliant win here at the Track Day Championship and take the maximum points available. And we will then see Mick Preslin shortly behind a long train of cars to take second place and second, of course, in class. There he goes across the line. Pottinger Polk will take in the Clio will just pip the Caterham 7 for the final podium position of Grucock, and then McHugh Heslop in the Civic Type R completes Class B. Donovan will win Class C, and he will beat 3 Class D drivers, so that will be nice for him. And Kelsey Sycamore will be ahead of 2 or 3 Class C drivers. Kelsey Sycamore in 7th, Wright Glover in 8th, 2nd in class, and then comes Connell in the Mazda MX-5 in the Class D. He's 3rd in class, and then back to Class C for Kemp Harvey, 10th overall, Reed 11th and 3rd in class, and then Dundee for Class D, 4th in class. Car 68 comes 12th, and we continue down the order. Couple of Class C vehicles that were beaten by Class D, Baxter Howells in the final position, but that spent a lot of time in the pits. And then we've got, so here is your final order. As I was just going through, we've been through the top 10, so the top 11 then: Reed, Dundee, Hyde, Cockerell, Burnhams, Wells, Hart Evans, McGeechan, Hornigold, and Gibson Brigg. Your top 20. The Ginetta getting home 3 laps late, but certainly getting home. And the fastest lap was Steve Summers on a 1 minute 17.908. We also saw cars finish low along in 21st, Baxter Howells in 22nd, and of course we saw what befell me and Line, but we didn't actually get a full explanation or activity from the final, from what actually took place to action all that damage and those 2 retirements. But that was the MSVT Track Day Championship race, and we will be back with further coverage of more racing still to come from the beautiful Anglesey circuit shortly. And welcome to the Anglesey Racing Circuit here at Track Mon at the Coastal Circuit configuration for the Porsche Boxster Cup Race 1 of the weekend. My name is Andy Webster. I'm here to commentate over all of today's proceedings, but joining me for all the Porsche races is Paul Jerd. Welcome back, Paul.
And it's a delight to be back here, as we've already got this field of identical Boxster S 3.2 litre cars all on the grid. A little different to the other Porsches racing today, that these are actually on treaded tyres. And we've got a lot of relative novices out there. We'll see quite a few of those little black crosses on a yellow background. One car very slow, actually. Mike Thompson very slow to get off the line on the green flag lap. But if you're going to make a bad start, get it over with on the green flag lap. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely, and actually it was Perry Darling who got slightly an over-ambitious start and probably ought to wait for the car in front of him to get launched. It was a little bit hairy as he had to split between the two front row drivers. But a nice field of 12 cars, of 12 boxers here, boxers for a 25-minute race around the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. And we are looking to show you the grid now. Just a lot of dust on the entry into the banking corner, as you will have seen just now. But Jonathan Lovell claimed the pole position with a 1:18.815, and he's in car 21 in the silver with sort of Martini-esque colour accents across the sides and wheels. Then in the current Porsche Racing colours, the white with red and black trim, is Mike Thompson in car 6. He got a 1:18.890. Very, very close between the two of them for that pole position and second place. And on row 2, Sarah Thompson is in car 90 with Perry Darling, who managed to launch himself away from the start very well there in car 81 on row 2. On row 3, we have Matt Goff, who drives car 46. And next to him, Faye Noble-Evans, who drives car 20, and they were about 1.5 seconds off that pole position. On row 4, Eric Bridges in car 38, and Jessica Wilkinson on position 8, car 33. Then on the penultimate row of the grid, we will find in 9th place Zoe Kyle-Henny and Vikram Sudera. And on the final row of the grid, Phil Graham starts 11th, and Sarah Wood will take us away from the rear of the field, but be hoping to be building experience, Paul, throughout the course of this weekend.
Very much so. We've actually got, I think it's 3 or 4 drivers out there who literally had their first ever car race with us at the beginning of the season. So this is literally for people like Sarah Wood, Jess Wilkinson, Zoe Kyle-Henny. This is literally race number 5 ever. Mm-hmm. So it's really kitting in it, not quite at the deep end. That's not fair, but it's they're at the steep stage, shall we say, of that learning curve. But it's all good experience. It's all time in the car, and we are in an identical field, so there's plenty of benchmarks out there. And typically, we usually find that everyone has someone to race against. So it's going to be interesting. 25 minutes is actually a relatively long time for a race. So it's if we are lapping in the 120s, which we were across qualifying, I think we're going to see a goodly number of laps. We might actually get over 20 laps out of this, which is going to be quite interesting.
Well, lots of spectators enjoying the race today. We've got a beer in the sunshine. I'm sure that's a very nice place to be watching, just at the top of the corkscrew with the views over the ocean. And over towards Snowdon and the Snowdonia mountain range. Mike Thompson just nosing ahead there as he gets towards his grid position. We will start side by side and slightly staggered for this grid on the main grid hatchings here at Anglesey. And actually, car 21 right on the very limit of what's permissible in terms of being his forward positioning.
Shush, don't tell everybody.
And about 2 meters back is car 90 from where it ought to be. So Sarah Thompson may need to just have that one. We're looking for the race start then shortly. Looks like we're under starters orders, and it will be Jonathan Lovell on the inside, who gets a very similar, very boggy start to the race. Way too much wheel spin, and Mick Thompson straight into the lead, and joined by Perry Darling, who was out like a brilliant scolded calf very early on, and gets himself right up into the mix. And it's Jonathan Lovell still defending, then hard down into the braking zone of the banking, getting a good entry actually, and should be able to get a good launch coming out. But Perry Darling
it's
up into second place.
It's Mike Thompson. Jonathan Lovell was actually third in that car with those very distinctive blue wheels.
Yeah.
So fantastic performance. But he's right with Perry Darling as they're actually coming through Church, trying to get alongside but not quite making it, all of which is letting that leader Mike Thompson extend his lead. And behind them we see Sarah Thompson in the yellow and red car sail past Vikram Sudera. Absolutely.
Some cars at the rear of the field just taking it fairly easy going on in as Jonathan Lovell outbreaks himself in a big way into Rocket Inn, and we've got a spinner and we've got contact. Oh dear, that is the yellow and red liveried car crunching into the 46 Goff car. Unfortunately, Goff unhappy, and he's just waving to the marshals. He's perfectly all right. or is all right enough to be gesticulating wildly. But there will be a yellow flag there at very least. But that's a very ugly looking box to pull.
It is, yeah. It's certainly not. It's actually, I was about to say, certainly not moving under its own steam as it does so. So we're hoping that it can be crawled back. We're also hoping it doesn't leave a trail of anything behind it.
Yeah, so leading into lap 2, it will be, to start lap 2, it will be Thompson from Darling, 0.7 of a second, and then back Lovell down 2 positions, but Vikram Sudera up 6 on that opening lap into 4th position. Then is Noble Evans and Bridges, Wilkinson, Thompson moving down 5, and Kyle Henney, Graham Wood, but we won't see Goff, who's down at the rear of the field, and we may not see. Well, actually, Wood has managed to complete, and Sarah Thompson still circulating despite having crunched into that box earlier of Goff.
Yep, the aerodynamics on her car aren't quite what she'd expect,
No.
but she's back out there, and it certainly seems to be able to hold the pace. So
Starting to look like a TVR, that Boxster now.
The 46 car actually starting to crawl back. Yeah, Sarah Thompson with a lot of pace, to be quite honest. Let's hope that isn't too much damage. Essentially, the car is basically her and her dad running it, so
right.
They haven't exactly got the biggest of teams behind them. But
38 is defending hard here. That's Eric Bridges defending hard from Wilkinson and from Sarah Wood as well. So moving themselves around. Sorry, was that Thompson? It was
Sarah Thompson.
It was Sarah Thompson, one of the Sarahs, shall we say? But Sarah managing to move past car 33 Wilkinson with respective ease as Lovell continues on the hunt, and there is the 46 of Matt Goff, who's had to come into the pits, of course. It might be that he could get that back running for some test laps, but at the end of lap 2, it is Mike Thompson from Perry Darling, then Lovell, Sudera, Noble Evans and Bridges. Sarah Thompson moving up a position against Wilkinson, who's deposed down to 8th, and then Kyle Henney and Graham with Wood at the tail of the field at the moment. Not circulating at the fastest of speeds, but presumably just, again, building that experience as we head on through with the leaders through Church Corner, and a good lead for Mike Thompson so far.
It is, very much so, actually. We keep a little bit of an eye there as well on Sarah Thompson, who might have had that contact at the top of the hill, and has since taken 2 places past Eric Bridges on the first half of that lap as they're powering up towards Rocket Inn. Curious about that gap at the front, actually. Mike Thompson was taking the advantage of the 2 cars, Perry Darling and Jonathan Lovell behind him, having a little bit of a battle to ease that gap out at the front to a second now.
Absolutely, yeah. 1 second as they crossed the line the last time round, and it looks like 38 looking very slow out of Rocket Inn. Maybe that's a defensive line, but 38 Bridges struggling to find
Jess Wilkinson right alongside.
Yeah.
Again, another driver in just her 5th race, and she's sitting it out all the way around the inside. If she can hold that position as they go down the hill, that's fantastic driving to take the position. Fantastic move.
It really was. It's very difficult to hold it around the outside of Peel, and the approach into the corkscrew is obviously compromised, but we've got a real battle going on for second place, and Jonathan Lovell has spun 90 degrees to the track surface, just about rescued it before he hit the wall, but there you have him. Unfortunately, he was so close behind second place Darling that I think perhaps lost a little bit of sight, or possibly a little bit of aero, and managed to spin the car on exit of target.
That's right. I think that's the first mistake we've seen all season from Johnny Lovell.
Oh, wow.
He's been first or second all the way through, and that's actually dropped him right back into the clutches of the battle behind. So he's coming actually in front of Faye Noble Evans with a rapid Sarah Thompson, who's reeling Faye in right behind her.
Sarah Thompson absolutely on the ascendancy here. She's already a place up from where she started. I don't think there was much she could have done at the top of the hill to hit the entry, to hit Mike Goff. It was almost something you just couldn't correct for, to just find somebody at 90 degrees to the racing direction at the top of the crest of the hill.
No, but I think Sarah's probably overtaken more cars in this series than anyone else so far. She's had a few little unfortunate first lap incidents, but by Crivens, can she race and can she overtake cars? As we've seen now, she's absolutely reeled Faye Noble Evans in the tight twisty section in the second half of the lap.
That's going on at the same time as at the lead of our race. We've also got a real catching from Perry Darling, and there goes Sarah Thompson into target corner and getting on through, and Sarah Thompson getting up against Noble Evans and into 5th position and moving forward once again. Looks like race pace is at her absolute specialty, and that's where the points are paid.
Very, very much so, to be quite honest. Absolutely fantastic performance there from Sarah. So she's very, very quick. But we need to keep an eye on that lead, because that gap to the leader is almost halved, with Perry Darling starting to close back in on Mike Thompson.
Yeah, I think maybe Mike Thompson had a slightly poor lap, because he's suddenly he's inching away again as they approach the Rockets and into Rocket out now. Mike Thompson, I'm not sure. That does look quite close, though. Perry Darling managing to close the gap very nicely indeed, and we could have a real fight on our hands for the win here. As you can see, the little the toe tag on the front of the of Mike Thompson's car really flapping around here. It's not going to be helping the aero at the front of the car, but it's absolutely required for racing, as Perry Darling gets right close through the final corner and is visibly closer, and it's now under half a second, just under half a second between the two, as we continue to watch this battle at the front. But we're keeping tabs.
Battle for third comes onto the pit straight. Jonathan Lovell had a big look inside Vikram Sudera, but couldn't get away with it. Vikram holding him back, fine defensive driving, but that's actually letting Sarah Thompson in fifth and Faye Noble Evans now in sixth close back in, so we could have a four-car battle for third.
Jonathan Lovell driving angry, I think, possibly just angry with himself maybe, but certainly visibly pushing harder than anybody else, and a big spin coming out of the final corner. That's car 28. It's Graham.
Phil Graham spun into the pit wall, bounced back off it.
And he has hit the wall, right? Oh dear.
Yeah, it was into the pit wall, sideways on, so I don't think any huge, possibly bodywork damage. I hope Phil's okay in the car. That was quite a moment.
I can tell you're a car guy, because the first concern you had was the condition of the Boxster.
That's what's going to hurt his pockets, isn't it?
There's a pass for third position then. Lovell making the jump on Vikram Sudera's car 66, the white and purple roofed Boxster. Of course, well, they're all Boxsters, but Mike Lovell getting through and moving. Sorry, Jonathan Lovell getting through. And it was very close, and it still is very close, but they'll be approaching yellow flags now, and they won't be able to make the move. But here is then very close again, once again at the head of the field, but they will have to lift and not push too hard as they enter and exit the final corner and out of effectively the corkscrew. So there'll need to be a lift from the races, but Sarah Thompson is flirting with the race stewards there by remaining incredibly close to Vikram Sudera's fourth place currently, who has suddenly fallen back relative to Jonathan Lovell, who is managing to get away, but I don't think he's going to have time to catch the two leaders. Thompson and Darling miles ahead at this point, some 11 seconds from third place Lovell, and we'll keep an eye then, continue to watch Sarah Thompson as she tries to find a way through past Vikram Singh, so the biggest overtaker in the series, and it seems to be adding to that tally throughout this race. The double yellow flags are still in order, but yeah, we've just received notification that the safety car will be joining us for the third time of asking for today's races. So unfortunately, that will provide a pause in the racing, but not a pause on the race clock, Paul.
No, that 25 minutes will keep clicking down. So it's a bit of a strange position for the car. I think hopefully it can be retrieved relatively quickly, but again, we need that safety car out there. It gets all the cars and a train behind it. It gives a clear area of track for the marshals and the recovery to actually come out. So hopefully all the drivers are now getting that message. They seem to, as you say, Sarah Thompson very aggressive there with Vikram Sudera, but she should hopefully be seeing these yellows. She's tucked right up the back actually, which does make it quite hard for her to see. But no, I think they're way off race pace now. So everyone tucked up, we're going to form up. But of course, everyone who's worked hard to put out a gap on the car behind, that's suddenly wiped out. Or anyone who's seen that car in front disappearing off into the distance, suddenly you're on their rear spoiler again. So it's the second we do actually have the safety car releasing the field for racing again, we are closed right up, and we could be on for a great showdown in the final laps.
We could indeed. I mean, I think the biggest smile under the helmet is going to be Johnny Lovell, who has just managed to see an 11-second gap to second place closed down to virtually nothing here on the car. So they're going to be nose to tail. Of course, we started with just 12 starters here in the Boxster Cup. We're down to 11 at most at the moment, as Phil Graham is just receiving some communication from the marshal, and the pickup truck and the recovery vehicle have arrived. Unfortunately, seems to be a bit of a pattern today. When drivers are losing it, they're losing it to such an extent that the car won't continue to limp home. Looks like a full lift recovery needed here, all 4 wheels.
Yeah, we had that earlier on in the first Porsche race of the day, which is the black 911 that was retrieved from the back of the circuit, and the driver gets out and gives that classic driver shrug of what could I do and what happened, basically. But yeah, I think that was just slightly, possibly a little ambitious with the accelerator. The rear end of the car comes round as the car got straightened up. So hopefully not any major damage. The car's actually racing again this weekend, but that isn't until tomorrow, so they do have a little time to repair it. We've got the safety car train now formed up quite nicely. I think the entire field is behind it, so it's going to be leading them round. But as you say, the clock ticking down. We're now down to 13.5 minutes left, so we're nudging towards 50% of the race gone already. It's been a very exciting 50%, so I'm hoping that we can have as many racing laps as possible in the remaining minutes once we rejoin and this car is recovered.
Absolutely. Well, the beers are continuing to be drunk on top of the hill there by the spectators who are enjoying the sunshine and the racing. No end, I'm sure. Great place to be spending the day and the afternoon right now, especially in these gorgeous conditions.
I wandered up there yesterday afternoon, never having actually been up there before, and it is the most amazing viewing spot, because not only can you see that tight, tricky section from Rocket In, Rocket Out, and through Peel and down the hill to the Corkscrew, but you can actually see across the circuit to a number of other areas of it. So it's a fantastic viewing position up there. So on a day like this, does life get better?
No, indeed. Well, we'll be looking at Sarah Thompson once again with her dented front end, still managing to put in the overtake moves and stay very, very close to Vikram Sedera. We're looking for Johnny Lovell as well, who is, you have to say, out of position. He qualified first, dropped down to 3rd position. You just get a sneak little view on the camera there of the Snowdonia mountain range beyond the sea, and you can see just how clear a day it is here in northwest Wales.
As you say, the aerodynamics of Sarah Thompson's car probably less ideal than they were when they left the Porsche factory. But I've just checked; I think she's done the 4th quickest lap time.
Goodness me!
So there's sort of plenty of pace within Sarah. So always worth keeping. And as I commented earlier during qualifying, Sarah actually is completely deaf.
Yeah,
she's actually got a light system in the car to help her judge when to change gear, because obviously she can't hear the engine. But if you think about the implications, she can't hear the engine. She can't hear the tyre noise to know when the car is on the edge.
I would imagine she can feel the engine in the resonance through the machine, but actually the braking condition and sometimes it's the squeak you need to know where the limit is.
So she's doing this with a lot less information than almost every other driver out there, and she is, as we've seen already in this race, quite willing to go very, very quickly to take the first opportunity to overtake and go past.
I suppose one blessing there would be she wouldn't have been able to hear the crunch as her Boxster was being folded at the front end during that one. But
no, as hopefully didn't her father, who's probably going to have to now be repairing that overnight. So before they head back to Scotland. So it's a bit of a shame there for that car, and it is a lovely car, particularly with that psychedelic livery on it that was actually worn by a 917 in period. So it's one of the classic liveries from back when the series actually you had to have a classic Porsche livery on your car or a livery inspired by such, and we've still got several cars out there actually still wearing those colour schemes. So it's fantastic. Now we're just going to keep an eye out. We had believe we've already had one very late safety car lights out and decision so far, so it's not impossible that as they come back into our sight we will be seeing racing again. We're going to be nudging down towards 10 minutes. Is that fantastic performance there, because that car is actually already off the circuit.
They managed to find a nice shortcut back into the pit lane for the recovery vehicles. So I would imagine, given the speed at which the safety car was pulled in last time we saw it, it will be a quick job, and I think the lights are out on the safety car. I think we will get racing again as Mike Thompson will take us away to start lap 9. Absolutely, we go green flag racing, and it's Johnny Lovell almost pushing Perry Darling's 81 car away from the start. In fact, he was so close he had to bail out of the throttle coming out of the final corner because otherwise he'd have passed him before the start finish line. And Sarah Thompson has made a mistake coming out of target, and that is a big rotation. The back end has gone into the tyres, Paul, and that may be one nudge too many.
That's right. I think she saw actually Johnny Lovell get lift off when he tried to go past and really mistimed it, and saw an opportunity to carry some speed through on the exit. So big shame that that car is now out as well, because I thought that's when some of the excitement was going to be in the final part of the race.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not on the racing line or after an exit, but they continue to race until they see a yellow flag, I'm sure, as they run up into the twisty final sector of the racetrack. We will try and get a look at the leaders, because I know they were running very close to one another. That is Noble Evans against Wilkinson, but is that a change for position?
Not yet. That's actually Jess Wilkinson closing up on
it's Johnny Lovell, who has got past Perry Darling over the course of that lap.
Ah, no, that's interesting. So that's Johnny Lovell now. As I say, he's been very, very consistent so far. We've actually seen, say, 3 wins, I think it is, from Johnny Lovell out of 4 races. So suddenly he's going to get the sniff of keeping that record going.
Consistent is not a word I would use to describe his experience at Anglesey so far today, but he's certainly getting away well. They're dealing with, I think they're dealing with the Sarah Thompson car with yellow flags. She's actually managed to get moving again. She's waiting for the field to come through, and several cars continuing to run wide on the dust and the dirt on the exit of turn 1, target corner, and going on into the banking. So Sarah Thompson waiting for the field to come through, and then we'll try and get that car to limp home, I think, but I don't think we'll be back racing, and you can only hope she'll be back in action again tomorrow.
Very much so, yeah. You say Johnny Lovell pushing very hard. The car looked actually quite twitchy through the first corner as he went on. I wasn't quite sure if that was something on the grip level down there, or just how hard Johnny Lovell was pushing it. But
he is certainly pushing very, very hard indeed. The car looking very, very lively underneath him, and that continues to be Noble Evans versus Wilkinson, and Noble Evans getting Rocket in a little bit incorrect, and
that's right.
giving the impetus.
We saw
here
early on that Jess Wilkinson is quite happy to drive around the outside of someone through that part of the circuit. So it's going to be a little bit of a pressure situation for Faye Noble Evans.
And Johnny Lovell then, with 7 minutes to run, is certainly within sight of the lead of this race. In fact, looking really strong out of the final corner comes Johnny Lovell to cross the line just 0.4 of a second behind the leader. And at one point in this race, prior to the safety car, he was 11.5 seconds behind the leader. So Mike Thompson absolutely not having this all his own way. And in fact, he's forced to defend hard on the middle of the road on the entry into banking. And then it's Johnny Lovell who will get a more classic racing line launch out, but there's the ability to, I think riding the curbs on the exit at banking, Paul, is actually very, very costly for your top speed through Church and then onto School. So I think the greedier the driver on the way into the banking and the way out, the less benefit they will actually gain. But Johnny Lovell right up alongside as they head into Rocket Inn this time. Wow, look at that, a beautiful switchback and a great overtake outside to inside. How do you like that one?
That is absolutely superb. I mean, worryingly, he made it look so easy. That's supposed to be actually quite hard to do. So I'm not sure whether Mike Thompson just went slightly wide. Sarah Thompson, no relation, actually now in the pit. Sadly, some front-end damage on that. The headlight's gone. Yeah, the headlights are actually quite an expensive item. There's not many about anymore, unfortunately.
We'll need to put some stickers on that, I think, maybe, rather than fully replaced. But Johnny Lovell then lifting the front right as he goes through the corkscrew, still pushing incredibly hard, and he's now the leader of the race on lap 12, and he gets a 1 minute 19.862, while Darling gets the fastest lap of the race that time round. So it's not going Mike Thompson's way this final period, this last few minutes after the safety car period. It's clearly struggling to get performance out of the car in the latter stages of this race.
Very, very much so. Look further back, Faye Noble Evans was actually under pressure from Jess Wilkinson a couple of laps ago, but that gap's grown. So really, I think it's this lead battle, isn't it? Mike Thompson looked very, very quick through Church. You can see him visibly closing on the leader as they're heading up towards Rocket Inn. He's looking to the outside. There was no gap there. Now Johnny Lovell's moved to the outside himself to block and take the line that he wants. Can they all break it and turn in? Yes, they can. But again, Perry Darling inching closer.
Yeah, I think we are going to have a three-way battle at the end of this one. If Johnny Lovell can't gap this the rear two of the podium, I think we may end up with a hard-fought battle for the overall podium for all three drivers all the way to the end of this. 4 minutes 45 on the clock, so just a handful of laps to go. And your order is on lap at the end of lap 12. It is Lovell, Thompson, Darling, and then Sudera on his own with Noble Evans and Wilkinson, Bridges, Carhenny, and Wood your 9-car field at the moment.
It is. Johnny Lovell goes on to another lap, inched out maybe a length over there. If he can pull out a little bit so that Mike Thompson starts to have to worry about Perry Darling, I think that's going to be his almost ideal situation. But I think this is going to be a tense one. This is one of those situations that's going to go down to the final. And as they come into a slight Jess Wilkinson has got past Faye Noble Evans. That was quite a gap last time round. So I'm thinking Faye Noble Evans has possibly made a mistake somewhere out of our sight.
Could well be. We can't keep our eyes on every corner and every car at once, but certainly the top 3 will be our focus, I'm sure, in the final 4 minutes, as Mike Thompson looks for a wider line entry into the school corner to give him a perhaps better view on the way into Rocket Inn. Closes up on under braking, as you will always find if you're later on those brakes. Or equal to the car in front, and then Darling is super close at the apex of Rocket Out, but perhaps lost out slightly there, waiting for Mike Thompson to put his foot down and get going. But Johnny Lovell starting to build a gap through the tight stuff here. I think he's losing out, though, at the high speed sections.
It is, yeah. It's definitely a yo-yo situation with different cars stronger or different drivers stronger in different parts of the circuit. We're into that very technical. It looks a slow section, but this is where you can lose so much time. Leaders onto the pit straight. Johnny Lovell, again, another length clear to Mike Thompson from the lap before. And it really is, I think, that battle for second as we're going into the final minutes of this race. Just 3 minutes racing left. Yeah,
absolutely. Slow corners, they do look slow and they are difficult, but you spend a lot longer in them. So when you get one wrong, you are. That's why it is so much more costly than a minor mistake on a longer, more open corner. But Johnny Lovell has the lead still. It is just open to a second as they crossed the line last time. So Mike Thompson paying a lot more attention to his mirrors. But I think that top speed of Mike Thompson's, they should be very equal, these cars, but that top speed seems to be very impressive for Thompson's.
He always does seem to carry a lot of speed through that part of the circuit. Yeah. You're exactly right. Again, cars strong. There should be no difference at all. They're the same cars on the same power, at the same weight, on the same tyres. So should be no difference at all. But yeah, I think it's just the confidence of Mike Thompson. His car feels really good under him, and he's willing just to carry more speed through that. That quite daunting, I think, Church Corner.
It is, absolutely. You are you're just looking at the ocean effectively as you head towards Church, and then again into school as this sort of mini little peninsula where the circuit sits. And then continuing on, Darling then closing in the corkscrew, and it does seem like whatever setup or driver preference is going on, it does seem that Mike Thompson really struggles through the twisty stuff relative to the other two that he's now fighting with, and it will be Darling who will make an attempt next, I think, as he dives down the inside into the banking, but already turning into that apex is Mike Thompson, and managing to stay ahead once again with that more classic racing line there, Paul.
Very much so, and I think that almost cost Perry Darling a length or two. And this is, I think, where Mike Thompson is strong. We've seen him strong in this part of the circuit before, visibly pulling away from Perry Darling, and I think visibly actually closing on our leader at this point. Very, very quick. I just think that, Mike Thompson and Church Corner seem to go hand in hand at the moment.
They are very, very well paired. But unfortunately, as they close into the braking of Rocket Inn, and then when you see them compress through Peel and the corkscrew, that's where he really seems to struggle. And unfortunately for him, that is where the overtaking opportunities are going to be. It's very rare to make a move with these equalised performance cars down the straights.
That's right, yeah. If we see that, then that's the sort of thing that gets our scrutineer nervous, basically. We start checking things on the car. Lead 3, though, coming back in. I think going to come back in now through the corkscrew. We see Johnny Lovell there, nice, taking that apex, waiting patiently to get on the power and actually get the car in a straight line, heading on to what will be his last racing lap.
Yeah, last lap board has gone out, so it's now or never for Darling against Mike Thompson to claim that second place. I think the win might have got away from Darling as long as Lovell can carry on and avoid any further mishaps or mistakes. Down again, similar line. So Perry not taking any new line approach through the corner. Doesn't want to follow Mike Thompson, particularly on line through there. And Thompson with a brilliant launch out of the banking. Lovell with a slightly slow one. And I think Lovell's going to be defending as they get all the way around to Rocket.
It is. Mike Thompson again. That car visibly quick around that part of the circuit. And very, very confident. So he's actually heading up the hill now. Again, just that fraction too far back. You'd have to be super brave on the brakes to try from there.
Certainly, and we've seen it a few times at this race meeting, but currently Lovell will now be defending hard through Rocket Out and very, very much sitting on the apex. He can get away from there very well indeed, because once the car behind you is still rotating, and Perry might be looking for a sneaky one into the corkscrew. We've seen a few moves going on through here, but the short squirt down towards Peel, down towards this corkscrew they go, and I think, well, with a lock up on the right front as they as the undulation takes effect, it looks like it's going to be Johnny Lovell as he comes out of the final corner, all clear, and he wins again this Boxster Cup race and beats Mike Thompson and Perry Darling, who finished 1-2-3 after starting 1-2-4, but that was far from the tail of the tape.
That was a fantastic race. Now coming in, Vikram Sudera to take fourth. And we're just looking across, and it's Jess Wilkinson. This is actually going to be her best ever finish with a 5th place crossing the line now. Car 33 ahead of Faye Noble Evans in the pink number 20 and Eric Bridges in the purple and green at number 38, Boxster S.
Yeah, and we've got 2 more cars then still circulating. This is Kyle Henney crossing the line to finish in 8th place, some 33 seconds off the race lead. The fastest lap went to Perry Darling, so some consolation from that run, and it looks like it will be Sarah Wood who will bring the car home, the last of the classified finishers, very shortly. I'm still waiting to see where she is. Coming into the corkscrew now, so we'll bring that car home. But tremendous race from the top 3, really entertaining, and Lovell with a brilliant recovery.
It was very, very exciting, actually. Yeah, a little bit of a dramatic race. It's a shame that we had a safety car punctuating it, but it did close all those gaps up. It did mean that we almost had a reset on the race and a chance to go and see it happen again. And yeah, fantastic. And of course, all these racers here get to do it again tomorrow. So let's hope that the cars that we did see damaged in that race are repairable, and we can enjoy another round of this tomorrow afternoon.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for your expertise. I will take us through the final order, but we will enjoy hearing your voice later on. So we have from Johnny Lovell finishing ahead of Mike Thompson and Perry Darling, Vikram Sedera, and then followed by Jessica Wilkinson, Faye Noble Evans. We've got Eric Bridges in 7th, Zoe Kyle Henney in P8, followed by Sarah Wood, last of the classified finishers. And then we saw what befell Sarah Thompson, a couple of moments. One very much not her doing on the opening lap, where she crunched the nose and bent the shape of that bonnet, and then second, following closely behind Vikram Sedera, spinning through the exit of turn 1, and also Graham and Goff failed to finish. We'll be back with further commentary of our next session very shortly. Well, welcome to Anglesey for the Clubman Sport Prototype Race 2 of the weekend. My name is Andy Webster, here to take you through the action today. We've got a very thick and full field, and I'm also joined in the commentary box, thankfully, by Pete Richings, veteran of Club Sport Prototype Racing. Pete, we enjoyed the earlier race, and hopefully more to come for this second one.
Indeed, I'm really looking forward to it. I hope it's going to be a little bit closer. This morning's race was just a little bit spaced out, wasn't it? So I'm hoping we're going to get a closer race. For the rest of the races, we're going to get 2 warm-up laps. We're going to get one behind the safety car, then the green flag lap, which I think would be good for everybody, get their tyres nice and warm before the start of the race.
17 degrees C ambient temperature here today in Anglesey. It is a beautiful day to watch and race, and you couldn't ask for better conditions. So we are, as I say, as you were just saying, going for the first safety car lap, followed by a green flag formation lap to get us underway, because it was just too difficult to get this enlarged field out of the pit lane and turned around in time to basically form up the order. But Pete, you're going to do the honours of reading out our grid for us.
Sure, and it's as always with Clubman Sports Prototype, it's a 1-1 grid, and I think we saw in the first race the value of that 1-1 grid
so.
when Michelle Hayward stalled on the line. She didn't blame me for giving her advice on how to start, by the way. She was okay about it. But so that gives plenty of room for drivers to dodge around, so it's well worth doing. So the grid is formed from the finishing order of the first race. So naturally we've got James Clark, who won that race quite clearly on pole, with Cody Tree alongside him. Cody's gone for a different set of tyres, which he was using yesterday testing, which he was a bit quicker. So he's hoping, and we're hoping, that there's a closer race there. The next row is Tom Bellamy and Clive Wood, also CSP1 cars. And the third row will be Steve Collier and Jared Lester. Jared driving his father's car again in this race. His father will take over again tomorrow. So those first 6 cars are all CSP1 cars. Then on the next row, in 7th position, we get Matthew Gauthier Thornton, who won the CSP2 class. And he's ahead of Paul Masters, who won the CSP A class. Matthew just managed to overtake Paul on the last corner of the last lap, which was, and then of course, as you may recall, he took the checkered flag,
yes,
which
did,
was slightly premature. But anyway, it's fine. 9th place is Graham Wilson in the CSP1 car, with alongside him Will Freeman in the second place CSP2 car. Will's had to have a new clutch plate since the first race, so there's been lots of frantic work going on by his father and in the paddock to get that sorted. 11th place is Samantha Evans, CSP2, and Rodney Player, both CSP2 cars. 13th is Tom Muirhead, who clearly won the CSPB class, and he's alongside Gareth Salter from CSP2. Tommy Weyer, who had to come from the back of the grid in the first race, is 15th, and he's alongside Pippa Tanner-Wood, who was the second CSPB car. Then we've got Neil Chapman, CSP2, Steve Littler, CSPB, Brian Hunter, CSPB, Mike Upton, CSPB. And then we've got the drivers who had problems in the first race and didn't finish. Alan Cook, who's in a CSP1 car, he had a problem with the diff oil seal.
He might move forward then through this race.
He will, undoubtedly. Michelle Hayward, who sustained a bit of accident damage in that little kerfuffle we saw up at the top of the track, broke her radiator, so Michelle obviously had to stop and all the coolant fell out. Barry Webb, who was also involved in that incident, had damaged a wheel, he had to stop. And Roger Watton's starter motor jammed.
So a packed field of 24 cars. The green flag is about to be waved at the back of the order, and we are under starters' orders, and we're away then for the formation lap. And a very nice launch there for some practice launches going on. The privilege of starting in the first 3 or 4 rows for the drivers who are managing to get themselves some good burnouts, some rubber laid down on the track, and everybody away fairly safely for this green flag. So far so good for everybody. Everything looking pretty calm. There's a fair few people standing in the pit lane. I'm not quite sure what they're hoping to do there. I don't think they're waiting for anybody, but enjoying the sun in the pit lane, no doubt. And we'll be ready to get ourselves ready for the start very shortly. That's a short lap, 1.55 miles, this coastal circuit configuration. But with this amount of cars, Paul, it takes a while to get around. Pete, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, and don't they look fantastic in the sunshine with the Menai Straits and the mountains in the background? It just looks, and cars, lots of different colours. They do look great, don't they? And,
they really do.
And make a great noise too.
Yes, I mean the unmistakable rumble of the CSPs as they start up in the paddock. You always know that the big grid is coming, and they fight hard, and they fight fairly clean so far that we've enjoyed. But looking forward to seeing how they fare through round 2 here. We will see them again tomorrow, twice more tomorrow, sort of second in the order tomorrow at 9:40 or thereabouts, and then again at 1:20 or roughly thereabouts later on. Just to tell you that the championship standings, James Clark led coming into this, and I'm sure has extended that from Steve Dickens and Jared Lester. CSP2 led by Freeman, A by Charteris, and B by Muirhead. That was as things stood before we started racing here. So obviously they will have a small adjustment to make yet, but the leaders are in position. It'll just be a few more seconds before we have the whole grid assembled.
Yeah, the last car's just coming down the corkscrew now, so it shouldn't be too long before they're all formed up on the grid. I
imagine it quite a challenge to be starting beyond the behind the final corner here,
it
and
is.
In fact also pointing downhill for the last 2 rows.
I was talking to some of the drivers. They have a job seeing the red lights on the top of the end of the pit road as well.
Sure.
From there,
well, here is the red lights. They are on. We're ready to get racing. Will James Clark get away? Well, no, but Cody Tree with initial launch, very good indeed. James Clark with the second bite going very well on the inside into target corner, and they will manage to go cleanly through. It is James Clark who didn't get the best of launches, but managed to just about pick up the wheel spin, make a correction on the order as he went through there, and James Clark with a good exit out of the banking. We've got a couple of side-by-side runners as they come through Church for the first time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all nice and safely. Looks like everybody has made it round safely and soundly. The first for the first half lap at least, and James Clark barreling on up the hill into the rocket in. But we've got a big
Jared Lester's
problem.
gone off on the run up there onto the grass.
Rocket in. There was a huge lockup, but I think has managed to collect it before causing any damage.
Yeah, it looked like it. Looked like he just ran out of road as he went up there and took a trip down the grass. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, there will be cold tyres causing a much reduced braking performance. But James Clark, so far, has been the class of the field and the class of the championship, and launches one out of the final corner. Cody Tree a lot closer than he was and through the first for the first race on the second lap. And also car 32, that is Collier, very, very close behind Wood and hounding him down. The red liveried car up against Wood in the grey with the yellow flashings.
Yeah, I see Alan Cook's coming through quite quickly from his position right at the back of the grid as we expected.
Good stuff from him, and there's the front two start leading. That is a big move on the rear axle from Wood, who was struggling to get the car cleanly out of Church Corner, was then lost out through School, and as they head towards Rocket Inn, a big close down. Oh wow, it's almost running into the back when Collier and just ran out of racing room. Wood was on the limit, and Collier was just past it.
Yeah, Clive Wood's looking quite threatening now. I think that could brew up into quite a good scrap there if he can get past Collier and challenge Tom Bellamy in front of him.
Well,
Cody Tree's certainly sticking closer to James Clark this time.
He is. They're looking good at coming out of the final corner, and actually Bellamy looking pretty good as well, managing to head this tail of the podium, and that is Gauthier Thornton. I think just losing a place to car number 10 Masters, who is out of position here, but maybe he's going to have another go round the outside. These are not fighting for in-class honours. That is Gauthier Thornton round the outside of Masters, making a rare move round the outside of the banking. Not seen many of those completed well today, but is that the difference in car performance coming to the front? Yeah,
he's got a lot more power, so I think that would explain he was able to sort of get. Although Gauthier Thornton's back in front again now, but I think he's going to squeeze. No, Gauthier Thornton's braked a lot later, so he's going to stay in front. I noticed that Clive Wood has also passed Steve Collier now and is closing in on Tom.
On Bellamy?
Tom Bellamy, thank you. Yeah,
no,
I had a senior moment then for a second. Yeah.
No,
and Cody Tree much closer to James Clark this time. This is looking like a race today at the front.
The lead gap now down to less than a second. That's 0.994, and actually fastest lap of the race so far for Cody Tree, a 106.0. Very impressive early on in this race as the tyres are still building temperature and the battle for the podium continues. Bellamy, Wood, Collier is the order, and then further down Gauthier Thornton in the CSP2 leading several out-of-class cars and putting in a great performance.
I noticed that in CSP2 Will Freeman made quite a slow start. I guess he was being careful with that new clutch that his dad fitted, so he's worked himself up to second in class now, which is good.
Really thrilling battle for the podium continues. This is for third place, but we also want to keep our eye on the battle at the front as well, as Cody Tree is trying to continue to be quicker than Clark in front. James Clark not having it all his own way so far in this period. That is a pass against Masters by Wilson. Wilson sneaking one ahead there in the CSP1 class under the better handling CSP1. And there is James Clark clearing the line, and I think extending the gap by a significant margin that lap.
Yes, he certainly edged him a little bit on that lap, didn't he? Yes.
Really much stronger lap from Chris Masters. And here they go then. The battle for third position as they pass our commentary position is still Bellamy, Wood and Collier.
Yeah, that's a very good scrap for last place on the podium, isn't it? Gauthier Thornton went well clear in CSP2 and actually got ahead of a couple of CSP1 cars.
He absolutely has. He's driving fantastically. His teammate is leading this race, so they'll be talking with each other about how to maximise the trips through this Anglesey Coastal Circuit configuration. As now you can see Wood getting closer and closer.
Really getting close, isn't he? To
he really
Tom
is.
Bellamy now. Yeah.
You'll have an opportunity into the big stop into Rocket Inn, but the car gets so unbalanced off camber and blind entry. It's really difficult to make the move work there. It's a lot easier to see your way in and out of the banking corner than it is into Rocket in and Rocket out. And you might even see someone have a little look down the inside into into the corkscrew shortly, but Clive Wood very, very close now.
Yeah, James Clark still continuing to edge away from Cody Tree. Nothing like he did in the first race earlier,
no.
but just edging away. Clive Wood still looking very close to Tom Bellamy. I think if Clive could find a way past, he'd be able to pull away, but Tom Bellamy is not the easiest driver to overtake. He knows where to put the car on the road.
And Clive dives down the inside into the banking, but that was a bit too late and a bit too short.
Tom knows how to close the door politely, I should say.
But Clive Wood was very quick on the way out, and in fact, it was compromised on the entry on the apex of the church corner that time. And if he could have just kept his foot down, he would have been drawing alongside as they go past the school building on the exit of school corner. And then they're down and they hit the rise all the way up to Rocket Inn. And this time, Clive Wood is getting caught by Collier. Such was his loss of momentum all the way back at Church Corner. Some good battles going on further down the grid as well, but we'll keep you abreast of what's going on. Leader of CSP2 remains Gautier Thornton. Leader of and the sole runner in A is Masters, and in the CSPB the leader is currently Muirhead still, as they were at the start of the race. The class leaders still leaders of the race.
I think Clive Wood's just having a little sit back and going to have another attack on Tom Bellamy when he gets the opportunities.
Oh, there's a nice move through the school corner there by the black car. Very nicely done indeed. And again, bit of side-by-side action for 52 and 60 as they head through into the twisty complex of Rockets and Peel. And followed by the corkscrew corner as well. In fact, that blue car just moving out of the way, and it looks like that's Cody Tree coming through. Is it car 71 already starting to lap the slower runners?
Yeah, we're about halfway through the race. Yeah, and we've got a lot of lappery taking place now.
James Clark in the lead of the race.
Yeah.
It looks like that lap 4 was an aberration where Cody Tree closed right up. So it looks like normal service resumed. He does have a 105 on the board once again, does James Clark, and I wonder if Cody Tree can get anywhere near that. Well, he's on a 106.0 so far, and
Collier's very close to Wood now. They've got closed up in the back markers there, and Tom Bellamy's pulled away a little bit from them.
They have really struggled through those back markers, and really struggling Wood to hold off the attentions of Collier for that 4th place.
I think that Cody Tree put some tyres back on that he liked yesterday when he was testing, when he was quicker, but they're not the newest of tyres, so it may well be that whilst he had a nice early start, they're starting to go away from him a little bit now.
And good to see car 82 still running. Jessica Hayward, she is in 11th place and in the CSP1. Good to see that car running this time much better than it did in the first race.
Yeah, Michelle had that little tag with another car and broke the radiator, so she had to start right at the back. And it's good to see her working her way through the field now. Yeah,
absolutely. Forgive me, I'm still learning everybody's names as we run through today. Hopefully, I'll have them right by tomorrow. But as we continue,
you had the gender right though, didn't you?
That's right.
That's good.
Yeah, that's box number 1. Try and tick that one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So there is. Then we've got Bellamy with a good lead now on that podium, ahead of Wood and Collier, who chase him down. There's 2 seconds clear, and the lead at the front for James Clark is 7.3 seconds. No change in class honours either, as Gautier Thornton, Masters, and Muirhead still head each of their respective classes.
Yeah, and Alan Cook's now caught up with. Sorry, another senior moment going on here, but
Masters,
with Paul Masters,
yeah.
So
Masters, isn't it? Yeah.
So Alan has worked his way up well from the back of the field after his problems in the first race.
Bellamy able to tear through the back mark as well, and this is Wood still defending here from Collier. Collier in the red, Wood in the grey with the yellow.
Him.
He was alongside him slightly there, but there's less grip on the inside of the exit. Then they condense very close. I don't think Clive Wood's going to be very impressed with car 52 there, who significantly slowed him as they went through, but it looks like he's at least giving equal treatment to the car behind Clive Wood. In fact, he's gone back ahead as they go through the corkscrew and down.
I think Clive's got a problem.
Absolutely, yeah. Slowing now through the exit at the final corner, and that looks like the Wood Collier battle has run and done.
But I've got to say, in Steve Collier's defence, this is easily the best race he's had since he's been in Clublands. He's had a lot of problems. He's done a lot of work on the car. This is a new body he's done himself over the winter. He's found a lot of speed.
It's a unique body configuration.
It is,
as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he did it all himself in the garage over the winter, and it's going really well. This is the best I've ever seen him go.
It's almost inspired by the Porsche Le Mans prototype entry with those pointed wheel arch covers.
There's definitely a bit of LMP inspiration there, isn't there? Yeah.
Absolutely. I didn't actually realise until looking at the cars in detail that they were free to modify their own bodywork. As James Clark comes through to start lap 10, and it looks like Cody Tree has yet to even get there. Here he comes to cross the line, passing car 42 as he does so, and Cody Tree now 9 seconds with 3.5 minutes to run.
Yeah, one of the great things about Clublands is there's quite a lot of freedom of the regulations. So,
right.
We have some regulations, but it's quite a lot of freedom, so it's good for car owners to develop their cars. And as you can see, they're pretty quick, great to drive, but pretty cost effective to run.
Yeah, and a lot of the cars seem to, there's a lot of variants at the back end of the cars as well. If you can pay a lot of attention, see James Clark's entry has got a very significant diffuser on the back.
No two cars, even when they're the same description, no two cars are actually the same as each other. They're all got lots of little modifications the owners have done to them themselves.
Absolutely. Well, flying through, you've got some that are open front wheels and some that are not as they go through and are all negotiating for room on the racetrack. But James Clark continues to lead this one on his 10th lap from Cody Tree, Bellamy, Collier, Gautier, Thornton now up into 5th place overall, and that would be a significantly strong result for the class 2 CSP car.
Yeah, no, that's a great performance from Matthew. He didn't have a good first meeting at Silverstone, but he's certainly making up for it here this weekend.
Absolutely.
And this is a real driver's circuit, so I think that explains it.
We're not intending to throw shade on any particular circuit like Silverstone, but this one definitely is one where the drivers make a difference.
They really can make
far more of the lap.
They really can make a difference around here.
And the undulation, the drivers love the undulation of this circuit as well. It's just a thrilling roller coaster ride.
I think any circuit's got significant elevation change. Drivers always love, yeah.
Absolutely. How about these long wheelbases though? Getting through that corkscrew. Is anyone having problems? Do you know just managing to get the car settled down again?
I don't think. I mean, the wheelbase does make a difference to the cars. It makes them a little more stable, but less nimble. But
yeah.
I think everybody finds the corkscrew difficult, whatever wheelbase the car is.
You're driving.
Yeah. You always get to the end of it and think, I could have gone down there quicker than I did.
So
or you've gone off the road.
We have 1 minute 31 to go. James Clark has just passed the timekeeper and starters line, so I think we'll have two more laps now. So we will be running to a finish. Hopefully we'll get green flag racing all the way to a finish. A brilliant race so far. Just to update you on those class leaders once again. James Clark for Class 1, Gautier Thornton for 2, Masters the lone runner in A, and then still Muirhead still leading in Class B, but he's close behind by about 4 seconds. 11 seconds. We've got Tanner Wood and Weyer just behind by 2 seconds in the Class 2 entry. So it's a big mix in the midfield as to class honours here.
And that's another factor of this circuit, that you do get a lot of mixture, so you get the quicker drivers in the lower classes. Oh, we got Barry Webb just gone off on the back straight over there.
Yeah,
he's taken the nose off.
Has made a right mess of that front end, unfortunately. It might look like smooth, beautiful laid turf out there, but I'm sure there's plenty of lumps and bumps and rabbit holes, certainly hair holes at least, that will be causing the cars to bottom out and lose that. I don't see actually where the front wing is. I wonder if one of our camera operators can make a look, but car 81 has a significantly wrong looking rear end, so it could be that was a result of contact if there's two cars with issue like that.
Yeah, I hope not, because they made contact in the first race, and we
Okay, yes.
We may have a discussion in the paddock if that's the case.
Indeed. Well,
I hope not.
I hope you can, if they are having a decision, go and
I'm not sure they were on the same bit of track at the time, but we'll find out, I'm sure, in time.
Absolutely. So the last lap has begun. We are about to finish up. It looks to be going the same way as before. The starter is looking for the correct dark green racing entry here to wave the flag for as we come out of the final corner. It looks like there it is. James Clark wins race 2 as it was in race 1. Cody Tree, I think a lot further back perhaps than he would like. I saw a red car coming very close behind James Clark, but it was a different red car. It wasn't Cody Tree, who's just coming towards the final corner now, in fact.
Yeah.
So James Clark absolutely bossing it again, and hats off to him. Cody Tree in second place, 21.5 seconds away, as Bellamy crosses the line in third place, completes the podium, and we have Collier. I think Collier was. I thought he was just finishing, but he's just finishing
he's just
now.
coming, just coming
comes.
into the finishing straight
with
now.
that distinctive black wheel arches, wheel covers, and he completes into fourth position. Will Gautier Thornton finish head of class 2? Yes, he will, and he loves a little gesture to his mechanics.
Alan Cook just got in front.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Alan
Paul
Cook
Masters,
in the beautiful Martini-inspired CSP1, got ahead of Masters, who completes that CSP-A victory, as it were. James Clark's already coming round to finish his second lap here.
James Clark wants to win the race twice.
He's done it again, hasn't he? He's gone for another one. He's gone for a parade lap, but the checkered flag has fallen, and we will take you through the provisional results here. But another masterclass from James Clark.
Yeah, I did get James Clark to put some gold stickers on his mirrors so that the starter could identify him this time. So.
Very good indeed. Well, again, a very, very impressive display from James Clark. I wonder if Cody Tree or anyone else can find anything overnight, Pete.
Well, they've got a lot to find, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whilst it stayed close for the first few laps, once James got the hammer down, then he was not going to be beaten. So there's a lot of work to be done tonight to find that time, I think.
So Clark continues to be on for a perfect race meet. He's got another fastest lap and another win from Cody Tree in second position. Bellamy completes the podium, 28 seconds off the lead, followed by Collier, and then Gautier Thornton in class 2. We followed then by Cook, who just got Masters at the line, but Masters completing the CSP-A victory, as it were, being the sole entrant. Then we go down to Wilson, Hayward and Freeman to complete your top 10. And shortly we'll have the rest of the runners. Muirhead winning for his class, followed by Tannerwood, Weyer, Littler, Salter, Watton, Hunter, Webb, Chapman and Upton, completing the top 20. And I think we have just a few more runners to cover. Those will be Player, who completed to finish in 21st, then Evans, Wood and Lester. Lester obviously retiring very early. I think we missed that. We missed that happen, didn't we?
No, we saw, if you remember, he went off onto the grass on the first lap, and I guess he
absolutely
must have had a problem, either that or filled the radiators with grass or something. I mean, he never came round to complete that lap, did he?
Well, 14 laps were completed. We will see the Clubman Sports prototypes, and we will see Pete Richings again tomorrow. But for now, that is their racing done for today here at the Anglesey circuit, and we will catch you all tomorrow. But there's one more race to come on the channel today, the blue ribboned Miata Trophy, and we will see you in a few moments. Welcome everybody to the race 2 and the final race of the Miata Trophy here at Anglesey. And if anything, if the first race was anything to go by, we are really set for a lot of fun indeed. This is Andy Webster here for the commentary, and hopefully you're going to enjoy the coverage just as much as I enjoyed calling the first race earlier on today. It is the final race of the day, and it is time it is time to get underway shortly. The grid is just forming for our race. The race order was decided by the finishing order from the first race, so Declan Lee will be in the front of this one, as that's exactly how it all finished before. So ready against, so it's Declan Lee versus John Langridge, round 2 today. So that should be a brilliant matchup between the two of them, and behind them we have further action promising. It looks like the drivers all ready to get underway, and will be given a 30-second board before they get their green flag lap, and we'll take you through today's grid for this race very shortly. So launching away from the start, everybody away at varying degrees of speed, but everybody away cleanly. The 94 single NA Mark 1 in the lead, but Lee will lead us away from the grid with Langridge next to him, car 12 versus car 5, the two green liveried vehicles. Then comes Sycamore and Miller that we have enjoyed so much earlier on today. Then we have Fleet and Brook at 5th and 6th, and in 7th we have Wilkinson Hughes and Smith in 8th position in car 121. Beautiful blue skies here for the Anglesey race. Dan Parran-Smith is in 9th position in car 73, the white car with the orange flashes, and then Fletcher in 10th on car 26. Nicholas Stott is in car 4 in 11th. And then we've got Raymond Worley, the lead of the two Worleys, in 12th position in car number 40. His daughter will be starting a couple of places behind. Cooper then in 13th, Rich Cooper in the RC Graphics. Beautiful looking car with white bonnet, blue sides and orange flashes. And then we've got Judy Worley in P14. And despite the fact that Cochrane finished several places higher as the NA Mark 1 car, he will start at the back of the grid, at the back and the front of his class, as it were. But the cars are already through the corkscrew and heading through the final corner, the leaders at least, and we're ready for some more action. 20 minutes await in the Miata Trophy. This is Mazda MX-5s of mixed engine capacity, but balanced performance, and my word, did we enjoy the first race today. So I don't want to be guilty of overbuilding, overhyping a race, but I am absolutely looking forward to this one. I'm waiting for then all the cars to form on the grid. And a little look across from Declan Lee towards John Langridge. I don't think they quite made eye contact, but they'll be holding the revs and looking to make a good launch with these rear-wheel drive Mazda MX-5s. 5 seconds to go, and there will be, the red lights will come on. Here we go. The revs are building, and it's time to drop the clutch and go, go, go. And a great start from Declan Lee straight away, launching off into the inside line, into target. And it's actually car number 7, who is Miller, who's got himself up into 3rd position and is challenging for 2nd position against John Langridge, who's slightly slower away from the start. And Dan Parran-Smith, the middle of 2 cars, going 3 wide into the banking, thankfully avoiding contact as the car on the outside of him is struggling on the grass slightly. But Declan Lee sliding the tail through Church Corner for the first time as the tyres are cold, and they will run at absolute maximum speed all the way through the school corner and up the hill towards the big stop in Rocket Inn. And they are side by side. Dan Parran-Smith continues to be side by side on the inside. 17-year-old driver in only his 2nd year in car racing is still mixing it here with far more experienced racers and making a really good start away from the line. But Declan Lee, with the best start of all, he's leading through Peel Corner and heading down towards the corkscrew to finish out this first lap. The final corner will await him and we'll get an update on any changes of position throughout the grid that we didn't catch on camera. Which rounds that corkscrew goes Declan Lee, and on the absolute limit, John Langridge looking slightly calmer in the car with a better launch out of the back. It's Miller that made up one place. Brook made up one place against Fleet. Sycamore between Miller and Brook in fourth position. And then Smith, Parent Smith, Fletcher and Stott all gained after Wilkinson Hughes dropped down to P11 away from the start. Looks like Cochrane has already passed Judy Worley at the back of the field as well. But understandably, we will continue to watch the battle for the podium as Declan Lee runs wide, gets a big lick of dust up into the air into John Langridge cockpit in these open top cars, as again Dan Parent-Smith right up close behind the silver entry just in front of him, and making a move on car number 121. That is Smith, who has just been deposed by Parent-Smith. It might have been guilty of a little bump and run there into the school corner, but he's managed to get ahead, and I'm sure he'll be trying to focus on the next car in front. But the top three now are making it a three-way battle at this early stage of this second race, and if we can make a battle go three ways like this, we'll be in for an even bigger thriller than we had as a two-way battle for the lead in the previous race. But Declan Lee then through the final corner, looking wide again, as he always seems to, coming out of the corner. Dan Parent-Smith continues with his great exits, and he's now fighting Simon Fleet on the inside, heading towards target, but there's no way through just yet for him. Looked for Dan Parent-Smith to continue moving forward, as he's got amazing grip at the start of this race. Will he be using the tyres and too much out of the car at the start of the race? We'll wait and see later on. But so far, a really good start from Dan Parent-Smith. Declan Lee, though, heading the field. And in fact, it looks like Sycamore is starting to catch the lead three as they start to get complicated. Dan Parent-Smith going wide, coming out of the church corner and kicking up the dirt, but not losing too much time to the car behind him, and racing through. Then as a dive down the inside of car 121 by 26. That is Fletcher on Smith. And Smith does look does look like the car is a real handful going into Rocket Inn, where things get a little bit difficult for him, and is moving down the order. But down through the corkscrew come the leaders, and on screen we have the battle for the midfield at the moment. But Declan Lee will bring us out of the final corner for the second time at racing speed, and go through to collect the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:21.119, and clearly enjoying life out at the front. But he wasn't hugely faster. He was only 0.2 of a second faster than the chasing John Langridge behind. So down we go then. It looks like Dan Parent-Smith with the orange accents on the white car managed to pass Fleet on the previous lap. So car 73 continues on the ascendancy here, and his now next target is Xavier Brook, and looking for an opportunity to move past. Getting super close, going through school corner, will be able to judge a movement, a possible dive into Rocket Inn, and he goes the long way around the outside. He's got the nose ahead, should be able to claim the exit of the corner, and my word, what a move by Dan Parent-Smith around the outside, completing that one with absolute aplomb and fantastic expertise, handling the difficult grip levels on the outside of Rocket Inn to be in the great position for Rocket out, and completing back another move. Dan Parent-Smith up to 5th. Three at the lead continue to fight nose to tail. Declan Lee continues to run wide at the exit of corners, but car 195, Sycamore still alone in 4th position. But what kind of speed will Dan Parent-Smith unlock now that he's cleared a couple of drivers that he was battling with in the midfield? I wonder if he could get on the tail of Sycamore and start to challenge for that 4th position. So far, a really good race meet for Dan Parent-Smith, but it did come unstuck at the second race, the last couple of laps, the second race of Brands Hatch in the previous race meet. So he'll be trying to manage his focus level and trying to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself. He is looking electric fast though, coming out of Church Corner and into school. well, we watched the three leaders, Declan Lee, John Langridge, and Alex Miller. Alex Miller racing with John Langridge for the same team here for Miller Motorsport. So he won't want to fight too hard with his teammates here. But maybe that means he'll fight even harder. I don't know. I don't know the drivers personally, but having a little look up the inside on the entry into the corkscrew, but it's very difficult to make a move from so far back through there. It's not actually a major braking zone, but it is a major mistake breeding zone. So we may see mistakes further on into the race later on. But Parent Smith gap to the lead now, 6.4 seconds in 5th position. Gap to the car in front, 3.7 seconds as John Langridge going for a move down the inside into the banking. Declan Lee should have a better exit here, but they almost trade paint on the way out of the banking corner. It looks like John Langridge has sufficient amount of the car in front here, but Declan Lee hanging on around the outside of Church Corner and making that one stick. It was actually John Langridge who had to lift out of the throttle. I thought he might be able to brave it around the inside, but he couldn't quite. In fact, he's defending on the approach into Rocket Inn as Alex Miller continues to try and find his way through and past and try and get himself in on terms with Declan Lee here. A fantastic three-way battle for the lead once again here at the Miata Trophy, the race 4 of our Miata Trophy Championship. Looking really good in the sunshine, in the late afternoon sun here. Alex Miller just losing adhesion slightly, locking the unloaded inside right rear tyre. And John Langridge better on his way out of the final corner that time. So might again be looking for another opportunity to make a move into the banking. Declan Lee leaves the door open on the inside. John Langridge doesn't go for it this time, and will just follow Declan Lee. So he might need to be further alongside to make the move, because he might be once bitten, twice shy on the way through the very fast and tricky Church Corner here that they're progressing through this time. Last time they were going side by side. This time, no such luck. But John Langridge is now catching, getting a little bit of a slipstream from the car in front from Declan Lee, and they brake heavily on the way into Rocket Inn. In terms of the rest of the grid, it is Lee, Langridge, Miller, Sycamore, Parent, Smith, Brook, Fleet, Fletcher, Wilkinson, Hughes and Stott, your top 10, although Stott has just been overtaken, I think, there. No, that was actually Brook overtaking Fleet. So Brook has managed to hold on in the all-white Lotus, in the all-white Mazda Miata MX-5 NC Mark III. They are side by side, the leaders coming out of the final corner, and John Langridge went round the outside to complete the move. It looks like Declan Lee trying to hang on to the inside. Langridge, though, squeezing him on the inside. That invites Alex Miller to go for it and go for the move. They might end up side by side again as Declan Lee looks down the inside across the dust from a previous race incident. And Declan Lee losing out this time. So John Langridge has made the move at the start of lap 7, end of lap 6, completed the move. Obviously had a better run through the corkscrew. We didn't see on screen, but John Langridge has made the move on lap 7 with 10 minutes to go, just at the halfway point, claiming the lead of the race. He's making some interesting lines across on the way up to Rocket Inn. This time you can hear the tyres squealing. Even with that distant camera work, you can hear that they're really pushing hard. And there goes Declan Lee then trying to find a way through past John Langridge, who has been quick at different parts of the circuit to Lee. Alex Miller would love to get past as well, and I think Declan Lee might have had a look down onto the corkscrew, but a big defence from John Langridge that time. This might well bring Sycamore into the battle, but that was a good overtake then. And Parent Smith has gained a little bit on this lead pack, but not enough to really bring him into contention. Heading through then the top 3 through the start of lap 8. And it is now Langridge, Lee and Miller, your race order. So just opening out slightly there. Alex Miller not really living with the front two through the first sector very well, but he should get the benefit of a double toe going down the long high-speed section of the track now. So looking very tight in the midfield again. This is Brook leading Fleet, Fletcher and Wilkinson Hughes. Actually a move back there for Worley and Stott. So it looks like Stott either defending from Worley that time, just at the right of the background, but the foreground, car 55, Simon Fleet looking for a way past Xavier Brook in the all-white entry. It's a lot of blue, a fair amount of pink and purple on the grid, but only 2 white cars are racing with us today. It is Langridge, Lee and Miller, though, at the head of the field. We wait to see them manage to come through the final corner. And they all do so successfully. We follow this battle then for 6th position. Brook ahead of Simon Fleet and Fletcher, and Wilkinson Hughes looking for an opportunity any moment soon. Langridge's gap at the front, nearly 7/10 of a second now, and it's looking very good for John Langridge this time round. He was bested in race 1 and overtaken from second on the grid Declan Lee, and it could be that roles are reversed in this one, as Declan Lee looking like he's got a little bit of understeer still on the exit of the corners, and slower down the long straight than both cars around him. Still, Xavier Brook holds on to this 6th place, but falling back and back from the 5th placed Parent Smith, who's very much on his own. Now 7.4 seconds off the lead of the race is Dan Parent Smith. Car 101 is Wilkinson Hughes, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, looking for a way round the outside of Rocket Inn. I'm afraid it's very rare to see that one work out well. We've got a continued battle then. Really close, equalised performance from not just at the front 3, but we've got a bit of action going for 3rd place, going for 2nd place, and Declan Lee on the defensive once again. This is Miller, Alex Miller, trying to make a move and trying to get back to following his teammate John Langridge. Down into the banking they go, and that was as close as we've seen Miller yet. In car 7, the black and gold MX-5 NC Group NC Mark III. Looking for a slipstream, but Declan Lee looking like he's got a click or two better in terms of top speed on this circuit, on this lap 10. We are down to 5.5 minutes to go now as I go through Rocket Inn. Miller catching. And now that Declan Lee is having to do his defensive work and getting a bit loose on the exit of the corner once again, now that he's having to defend, he's losing ground to the leader, John Langridge, who's got a gap of a second when they last crossed the line. It looks like more than that now. Heading down towards the entry into the corkscrew they go. And Declan Lee just lifting the wheel slightly as they go through, but so he's pushing incredibly hard. But just can't seem to gap the number 7 Alex Miller behind him. As things stand, possibility that the wind has picked up a little bit on track, and there another very wide moment from Declan Lee. But that's how he goes racing. It's been happening all day long, running wide on the exit of these corners, just understeering and but living with the fact that the grass is dry and the dirt has got a little bit of grip. If this was wet, I think he'd have a very different line through those corners. So they push on, and it's lap 11. We have just under 4.5 minutes remaining of this second Miata Trophy race of the day, round 4 of the championship, and the title will be wide open with Aidan Hills, who was the double winner at Brands Hatch, not appearing this weekend in this series at least. There's a move for position. Is that Fleet looking for a way past Brook once again? He's looking for that inside line in Rocket out. trying to stay with him and trying to hold that inside line as they head an approach towards Peel corner. But I think Brook has just got the nose sufficiently far ahead to defend that one successfully. Yes, indeed. But Brook is still struggling here to hold off the attentions as it goes. Simon Fleet round the outside, becomes the inside into the corkscrew, gets the nose ahead, but the next and the final corner is a left-hander. So Xavier Brook is still holding on to this, and now it means that behind Fleet, Fletcher is slowly but surely getting into striking distance, as it were, against him. Late on the brakes is Simon Fleet, heading down into the banking, and they managed to get back into single file once again. But that was a long sequence where Fleet ended up turning attack and having to suddenly start defending from behind. And now it's actually reversed itself, and Fletcher is defending from Nicholas Scott, who's just overtaken Wilkinson Hughes on the previous lap, and is deciding that now is the time to move forward, if at all possible. The race order: Langridge, Lee, Miller, Sycamore, Parent-Smith, Brook, Fleet, Fletcher, Stott and Wilkinson Hughes at the midway point through lap 12. We've got 2.5 minutes left to run. Hopefully we will have green flag racing all the way to a finish, and a nice fair fight between the leaders, as John Langridge's gap has shrunk down to 0.6 of a second again, and Declan Lee has decided to find a bit of speed towards the end of this race and try and reclaim the top step on the podium, as he did so successfully in the first race. But seems like the best place to start the race in the Miata Trophy today is P2. But there's a few laps left to run before we can make that a definite observation. Heading down then the long straight, it looks like Alex Miller's attack has pootled out a little bit. Dan Parent-Smith very much on his own in P5, but pushing hard, just kicking up the dirt again, as John Langridge braking for Rocket in. The little lick of tyre smoke coming out. Looks like Xavier Brooks still holding off the attention to Simon Fleet and putting in a defensive driving masterclass today. We're going to be approaching less than a lap to run at the end of this one, so I'm expecting the cars to pick up the last lap board as they pass through the starter position once again. Here they come out of the final corner, and yes, the last lap board has gone out, so it is now or never for Declan Lee, who is looking to secure that double win today. John Langridge has managed a really good race so far, and that gap is 0.6 of a second. So barring a mistake from John Langridge, I think it'd be very difficult for Declan Lee to claim that double win. I'm sure both of them would be more than happy with a 1-2 or a 2-1 respectively through their race weekend so far. Oh, that was a very wide moment there for Declan Lee, unfortunately just pushing that little bit too hard, and I think that has taken the sting out of the battle for the front of this race. We will see if John Langridge can just hold on here. He doesn't need to push, he doesn't need to work too hard to maintain this win now. He'll see that Declan Lee has ended up disappearing out the back of his rear vision. But Simon Fleet making a move at the moment, side by side as they approach Rocket in. He's fully alongside, but he's got the outside line once again, and it might not be a successful move. We shall wait and see how that one works out. It was Xavier Brook ahead of Fleet by just a tiny fraction, but coming out to win the race. The win race 4 is John Langridge in car 5. Beating Declan Lee only just to the podium, and Alex Miller with a very strong result overall. This is then car 195. That is Sycamore crossing the line, and Dan Parent-Smith securing 5th position, and didn't look ecstatic about it, but I think he should be happy with it, with his day's work overall. 2 strong points finishes. Next up then, it does look like Simon Fleet managed to complete that move on the final lap and get promoted up to 6th position against Xavier Brook. Fletcher comes home 8th. Nicholas Scott is in P9, and then Alex Wilkinson Hughes, the top 10. Looks like Raymond Morley has crossed the line. That is Rich Cooper, who's just crossed the line as well. And we're waiting to pick up the provisional results for you, but fantastic second race. Didn't quite live up to the billing of the first race, but we can't have perfection every single race. I hope you enjoyed this Miata Trophy. I hope you look forward to the next race. The next time these will be racing will be the 15th of July. At Donington Park, where I will have the privilege of calling their race again, as I will in the 5th of August in Snetterton. Then they go on the 30th of September to Alton Park, and the 28th of October will be the final weekend at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, rather than the Grand Prix circuit that they debuted on this particular championship. So we will go through the race order with you as soon as we get those provisional results. And we close out our day's racing here at Anglesey with just about enough time for most people here to get out and get their feet wet on the sandy beaches of this lovely location. Well, Langridge wins after coming second in the first race, and Declan Lee comes second after winning the first race. So honours are even in this rounds 3 and 4 of the Miata Trophy. Next up, Alex Miller in car 7 finished just 3.5 seconds off the lead and certainly within sight, followed by Sycamore, Parent Smith, Fleet, Brook, Fletcher, Stott and Wilkinson Hughes rounds out your top 10, where they will obviously pick up plenty of points. There are plenty of points on offer throughout the field and for finishing. Raymond Worley finishes in 11th, followed by Smith, Cooper, Cochrane and Judy Worley at the rear of the field. Cochrane finishing ahead of Worley in the NC, Cochrane in an NA, and of course completes the class victory for Cochrane. Fastest lap was Langridge on a 1:21.030, and very, very hard fought indeed it was. In fact, it was only 24 hundredths of a second faster than Alex Miller in third place for those fastest laps. Thank you so much for watching today with us, and watching again hopefully on the channel. We'll be back tomorrow for more racing, but for now this has been Andy Webster, this has been the Miata Trophy, and we wish you we will see you on the next race day.